Well, good evening, or should I even say good afternoon, friends? How are you? Getting started a little earlier than normal here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel, doing a very Slant Lima adventure for you this evening. But yeah, we are here. We are live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, and boy, are we far from home in the sim, man, though. I'll tell you what. It'll all kind of come together and make sense when I explain to you what's going on if you haven't been paying attention to the show schedule or the stream title. But we're in one of those Friday Night Ops events hosted by sponsored by VATUSA, but hosted tonight by VATSIM Brazilian Division. So something a little out of the ordinary for us this evening. It is the Let's Samba Friday Night Ops, a special FNO Carnival edition. Sponsored by VATSIM, or hosted by VATSIM Brazil, featuring these three fields: Salvador, Recife, and Fortaleza. And that I believe is the order that we're going to be visiting them in, south to north on the map. So that is where we are, is Salvador in Brazil. So we'll get underway here shortly. I had no idea. I didn't know how to find a goal livery for the aircraft in time, so we're just flying as Delta. I don't believe that Delta might do a flight into the region here, but they certainly don't run this route. But if Brazil is going to be dumb enough to host a Friday Night Ops event and have all of us dumb Americans fly in, then they're going to have to put up with a few of us being in liveries and call signs that that they're not familiar with seeing normally. So, oh well. That's where we are. At least this time I have the livery that matches the plane, or the livery that matches the call sign, rather. Yes, I'm calling myself Delta, and I am actually showing up, at least to myself, as a Delta. So, baby steps, right? We got Bed Dave stopping in, we got Strudel stopping in, and yes, we are a couple hours early for the usual start time, because Brazil's 2 hours ahead of Eastern Time Zone. The Friday Night Ops event is 2 hours earlier than normal, just to accommodate their controllers not having to stay up until some god-awful time in the middle of the night to handle us. So anyway, yeah, it's already starting to look pretty busy here at Salvador Airport. Not like a super slammed Friday Night Ops event. I think the earlier time and the out of normal area factors probably will keep traffic a little bit more reasonable for our Friday Night Ops tonight. Fingers crossed. I mean, we'll see. But there's still quite a bit of activity here at the airport already. And VATSIM Air Traffic Control is lit up as well. There is a center controller online. It might just not be showing up because we have the VAT glasses set to the... Yeah, okay. We set the VAT glasses level. Or actually, is there a way to just disable that completely? Because it would be nice to just see everybody that's online, whether they're at the appropriate level or not. I don't know. But anyway, down here is the little slider that shows you which controllers are apropos to where you are based on your current altitude, and you can slide that up and down and see. But basically, they're all staffed up for us, and hopefully they're ready for us. I don't know if staffed up for us and ready for us are the same thing. More than likely not, but we'll see, I guess. We got the Navigraph desktop charts app up and running, since I'm outside of the U.S. and I need the departure and arrival charts, and I can't get them on SkyVector. So we are in the desktop charts app today. We got SBSV as our origin, rather, and we're parked down here on apron 3, I believe. Parking spots. Yeah, we're parked over here by gate 24, so kind of out of the way, as a dumb American. I don't know what the difference between those two charts is, but yeah, we're over there by stand 24. That's by the cargo building. That's probably appropriate for us. But then the SID, we don't really know. I don't know what runways are in use, but it's going to take us out to Iltat. So it could be this one off of the eastbound runway and then up to Iltat. That's a southbound. And then, it could be this one off the westbound runway up to Iltat. So we don't really know yet, depending on which runway is in use. Haven't checked the ATIS yet. But a couple of possible stars, and the way it works outside the U.S. In the U.S., you most often you file the star, and the star just works regardless of which departure runway you're using. That's not always the case, but it's typically the case. But a lot of times in the areas outside the U.S., the star is specific to the runway, so we often don't file the star as part of the route, and then it is assigned to us by the controller. So a little bit of a different procedure, a little bit of a different philosophy in how the stars and SIDs work. And I keep saying star. I've said star a couple times. I've meant SID, but the stars work similarly. So when we get there, we'll get assigned our star by our center controller prior to top of descent. We'll be assigned a SID by our departure controllers here. Regix14 is here, says, hello, it's nice to see you stream a bit earlier as an EU viewer. Yeah, I had to take off work early, and I actually had to kick my wife out of her home office a little early to make this happen for you tonight. So this is not something you're going to see very often, but here we are. So, yeah, thank you very kindly. Good that you're able to stop in tonight. We got Bed Dave here, Strudel also with us, and Iowa Scotsman in as well. Let's go ahead and hop into the airplane, by gosh. All right. And let's just double check. I did, after I just moments ago realized that I had not started spad.next, but hopefully now, yeah, so controls are all, okay, reverser should be deactivated, please. Oh boy, okay, so that's fun. Those can be stowed. Okay, so we're good there, except now, okay, yeah. Okay, so interesting. We'll have to make sure that when I fly the plane, hopefully the reversers will deactivate when I deactivate them. But here on the ground, cold and dark. Anyway, it looks like the controls are all more or less working. So, yeah. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's get the show on the road. All right, and I got to remind myself of the camera commands. 1 is the main, 2 is the FMC, or 3 is the FMC, really. 2 is kind of the instrument panel. 3, I mean, we'll use 2 there. We can use 2. 5 is down here. So that's 4, rather. 5 is there. 6, okay, so 6 is up top. 4 is down the bottom. 2 is kind of in the middle. All right. Hopefully I'll remember all that. Let's go into FS actions and ground services. And wheel trocks are set. Let's go ahead and get ground power and ground AC going. Let's go back and let's get all the doors and hatches. Let's see the entry doors already open. So we can go to the next page and open cargo and equipment hatches. And then we'll go back.
Salvador, boa noite, Gol 9623.
Oh, interesting. I'm already on an air traffic control channel. I don't even know who I'm talking to. I think somebody else must have the same default frequency that I have, because 124.0 is not anywhere there.
Tráfego Salvador, boa noite, Gol 9623.
All right. Well, eventually he'll figure out he's transmitting on a dummy frequency. Dummy. All right, we got the doors. Payload. Let's let's just set random. 145. That seems good. Fuel. I calculated that we would be starting with 26,200. A little bit more than half of what this airplane can hold. Oh, I forgot, by the way. I meant to install the Boris Audio Pack's Audio Works sound pack tonight. So I will have to get that in place for you for next time. Sorry about that. All right, so we got that done. Payload and fuel, and let's jump up top. We're going to be up to, where was it, 6? Okay, yeah, 6. We'll get the battery power on and guarded. Emergency lights armed and guarded. let's get the position lights into steady. Logo and wheel well lights can come on. Ground power bus can be connected. And we'll start aligning our IRS knobs. Strudel says, figured I'd stop in for a bit, about to head out to the mall, so catch you later. Yeah, no problem, man. Know that we're on our very different schedule than we normally are, so understood. We'll come back and pop them into nav mode in just a moment. I have them in the 30-second alignment configuration, but we can at least get a couple of things done. Let's go ahead and grab our ATIS information. Bravo, ILS Zulu runway 10, landing and departing runway 10. Transition level is 080, so that means when we're at 7,900, we're going to be on the local altimeter, and we're going to say 7,900. When we're at 8,000 or higher, we're going to be tuned to a standard altimeter, and we're going to say flight level 80 or higher. You know, the switch from local to standard coincides with the switch from altitude in thousands to flight level. 110 is the wind, so it's right down the center line for runway 10 for the most part, almost at least. QNH is 1011, and it is information Bravo. Okay, we can go ahead and get the knobs into a line and turn the yaw damper on. And where's the radios? Bottom. There we go. So let's start with the right. The clearance controller is going to be on 121.1. And we'll transmit and receive on COM2.
Salvador delivery, hello. You're cleared to Recife Airport, flight level
21.9.
Runway 10. Climb via the Mav 1 Alpha departure, Haruru transition, squawk 5560. Okay, Azul 382, we are cleared to the airport via the Mavu 1 Alpha departure, Haruru transition, flight level 270.
I guess they're saying this, Mevu.
Squawk 5560, Azul 382. Azul 382, with the back is correct.
Okay, so 21.1, 21.9, 18.3. It's fun to hear the other Americans struggling just as much as I'm going to be in a moment.
Glad to see that you joined us tonight. Sadly, I'm at Recife clearance, so I won't be speaking to you, but have a great fly.
You're at Recife clearance, PR controller. Well, I should be talking to you on our second leg, then, because I think we're going to do a quick turn there. So good to see you here. 118.3. And then 1935 is what we think is going to be the 1935, okay. So start putting some stuff into clearance. The altitude initial, does it say? Transition 7,000. Does it give us an initial altitude clearance? Doesn't really.
Só correção 9494, código transponder 5557.
Yeah, it doesn't really give it says the transition altitude here, but it doesn't really give an initial level off altitude.
9494, com o pensamento correto, sinal pronto para o estacionamento na frequência.
We think that departure frequency is going to be 1935. You need the squawk, and it does. They did say from the ATIS it's going to be departing on runway 10. So where are we?
Apertego Romeo Tango Oscar.
Romeo Tango Oscar, prossiga.
Apertego Romeo Tango Oscar, está autorizado o voo visual pelos corredores.
Salvador clearance, okay.
Aguarda a informação da pista em uso, transponder 5505.
Autorizado o voo visual pelos corredores, vai aguardar a pista em uso, transponder 5505, Papa Tango Romeo Tango Oscar.
So yeah, BR controller, we'll talk to you in the middle.
A critério, reporta pronto táxi.
Vai acionar e chamarei pronto táxi o Papa Tango Romeo Tango Oscar.
Salvador clearance, Delta 514, stand 24, information Bravo, IFR to Recife.
Delta 514, Recife delivery, hello, you're cleared IFR to Recife, flight level 330 as filed, runway 10, on the Mavco 1 Alpha departure, ILTAT transition, squawk 5530.
Cleared to Recife, flight level 330 is filed. We'll need you to get the clearance, the departure name again, and we'll squawk 5530 for Delta 514.
Delta 514, the departure is Mavco 1 Alpha, that's Mike Echo Victor Uniform Papa 1 Alpha, and the transition ILTAT, that's India Lima Tango Alpha Tango.
Okay, got it. The MEV 1 Alpha to ILTAT for Delta 514.
Delta 514, readback is correct, advise ready for pushback and startup on my frequency.
Woke up, Delta 514, thanks.
Tráfego Salvador, muito boa noite, está
Okay, so got it. If he was saying, he was giving the name of the procedure, I thought it was going to be MEV up 1 Alta, but the way he was pronouncing it, I was just not catching it. So it is off at runway 10, this left turn to MEV up and then out to ILTAT. So my Portuguese isn't very good, says Lindsay. Yeah, likewise, right? Likewise. Okay, so we got the comm radio set. We got the altimeters. Altimeters are not set. What was it? 101? 1010 maybe? 1011. Okay, so it is in HPA, so 1011. Got that set. Let's go into the FMC, and we can do the position initialize. Let's just go to the next page. 6 or 7, huh? So 6 is what's there, so we'll grab 6 there. Oh, it just updated. It's a 6 either way. Paste that there. Let's go to the route, and the origin is SBSV.
Delivery, good evening from land 1046. Stand 7 information Bravo requesting clearance to Recife.
Destination SBRF.
Land 1046, you're cleared to Recife, flight level 330 as filed. Expect runway 10 on the map 1 hour.
We're going to go to departures and arrivals. Departure.
Land 1046, thank you very much.
MEV up.
Expecting flight level 330.
ILTAT.
Routing as filed.
Runway 10. Put it in the route. Go to the next page after ILTAT. It is UZ23 to Anvex.
Land 1046, readback is correct, advise ready for push and start on my frequency.
And
thank you.
Bex.
Salvador delivery, good evening.
Activate and execute. Then we'll go to performance. Cost index 74, because why not? Reserves for this flight, I calculated 6.9. That's for our filed alternate. Zero fuel weight, we'll double click, it'll populate in. And I think we filed 330, so we'll go ahead and punch that in and execute. N1 limits, if I was a real airline captain, I would be concerned about conserving fuel and wear and tear if it was safe for me to do so at a lower thrust rating for takeoff and climb. Since I'm not a real world captain, I don't care about those things. So we'll skip. So we'll put in flaps 5, and then our V speed is 143 is our abort speed. Any safety critical items occurring prior to 143 will cause us to abort the takeoff. If we exceed 143, we will continue to accelerate to 144, and then we will rotate and take whatever problems we got going with us airborne. If we have one good engine at that point, we'll pitch to maintain 153. If we got two good engines at that point, we'll pitch to maintain 173, which I'll put up here for reference. And that is our takeoff reference. Trim. So we'll double click the center of gravity, and then 5.1 on the trim, and then up here we can arm the auto throttle, flight directors, the initial altitude. It is a 099er up to 1800, and then the turn. So we'll set the heading bug at 099er.
For the MEVUP 1 Alpha departure and Aruru transition. Squawk 5532, time 271, thank you.
I'm going to set that to 10,100 because we don't have an assignment on that yet. Just that'll just be a visual cue that we don't have an initial altitude. I didn't see one on the chart, and I didn't hear one in the clearance. So we'll see what we get assigned when we get airborne. Initial airspeed, heading, altitude, auto throttle, flight directors, and modes. Okay, so we are going to start in heading select mode, and we are going to start in vertical nav mode. It's not allowed. Oh, because, yeah. Once the click spot's getting near the top of the screen, you get tangled up where you get in the menu bar, and then you can't actually press the button. So I found if I pan the view up a little bit, I can hit those. I thought it wasn't. I thought it was refusing to go in the VNAV, and I'm like, oh, what did I forget to set up? But no, it wasn't that. It was just the fact that I had missed, that it was, I hadn't missed anything. It was just that it was too close to the top of the screen. I got the follow there from Milio LP. Milio, good to see you. Thank you very kindly for stopping in tonight.
Salvador delivery Azul, Uber 382, stand for.
All right, so let's go to traffic and data, and we'll get the range up here. Yeah, we can kind of see what's going on. Okay, 1800, and then the left turn. Okay, so that's good. That's in there like it should be, it looks like. And we'll get those modes set up when we are ready to. Auto brake was set to RTO. And then the transponder code. Then we gave us one. Is this number 4 to get down there? Yeah. Transponder code was what? 5530. Pop that up in the transponder mode. For now, we'll get it into TARA. When the time comes. Alright, so we're getting ready to push back. We're right on schedule. 35 after. Let's go up here. Yeah, let's go up here. Let's go to the menu. Let's go to actions, ground services. Let's get the, no, I'm sorry. First of all, let's get the doors closed before we do any of that. And I don't worry about arming the doors. That's the flight crew's problem. I just, from a captain standpoint, I don't care. I tell them to close the doors, and that's whether they're armed or disarmed is not my problem. We'll close the cargo and equipment hatches. And we can go back up top to. We'll still need ground services page to remove the lines here in just a moment, so we'll leave that there. Let's go up to the top. Let's get the left inner fuel pump on. Let's get our APU on and started. Did it? Okay, good.
Então 9494, chama o solo no 1219, boa.
While we're waiting for that to spool up, let's double check that our parking brake is set. I think it is.
Então 9494, chama o solo no 1219.
Okay, yeah, that red light's on, is it not?
121.9, voltando a 494. Valeu, obrigado.
Então 4614, aguarde.
Okay, I guess it's on.
Tom 271, requesting push and start.
Get the electric hydraulic pumps on, that'll help us. We don't need the probe heat on yet, but we can do the windscreen heat.
71, contact
With
ground
that,
on
with the
121.9.
hydraulic pumps on, let's try that again and make sure.
121.9, thank you, bye bye, 271. You can see it.
Is it in toolbar pushback? Sometimes toolbar pushback tends to interfere with the parking brake operation in this plane, I found.
Papa Tango Romeo Tango Oscar, pista 17, chama o solo no 121.9.
Oh, I know. It's because the wheel trocks are set. It's not letting me do that. Okay, so it's probably on. Bed Dave says I did see it blink on. Yeah, it's hard to tell that that light's illuminated or not illuminated. I'm pretty sure that it is in the pull position, but it's because the wheel trocks are set that it's not letting me mess with that. So I think we're fine. Let's get we got the window heat on. Pressurization, I think we said we're cruising at 330. Landing altitude is going to be 100 roughly at Recife. APU buses can come on. That's the middle switches there. Middle switches on there. Okay, so now we're providing our own electricity. We're now providing our own air conditioning. So now we can come down and we can disconnect the wheel chocks and return, go to the FMC, and now I feel like if we wanted to double check that parking brake was on. No, we still can't do it. Is it that? Aha. There we go. I lied to myself about what switch I have it on. That's the problem. Well, there.
Well, there's your problem.
Okay, we're good now. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Delta 514 service to Recife Airport. We expect to be pushing back here from the gate in just a few moments, and scheduled wheels up time is about quarter till the hour. We might be airborne just a few minutes late, maybe 10 till the hour, but within 5 minutes is always on time. Any Delta Airlines employee will tell you that. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 10 minutes. We'll be cruising at 33,000 feet for you today. The departure weather is looking fairly favorable. We've got fairly light surface winds and light cloud cover. We might have just a couple bumps as we climb through the minor cloud layer, but should find smooth cruising once we get up to our cruise altitude. Hopefully a nice smooth flight for you today, and we're happy that you've joined us for it on Delta Flight 514 service to Recife Airport. Alright. Wheel well light off. Anti-collision light on. We are going eastbound, so we'll set that to the right side. We'll get the rest of the fuel pumps on. We'll get the electric hydro pumps on. There we are. And let's go ahead and pre-plan our pushback. And we don't want to start it yet. We can get the tug on the way, but we don't want to start the pushback yet until we get clearance to do so from our controller, who did say to contact him for push. So we'll push to right there. Enter. Request the pushback. We'll change the view.
Alpha Bravo Mike.
And we'll take a peek outside just to see what's behind us traffic-wise. Hey, look. Aircraft to our left and right here, so we'll definitely want to get our controller's permission before we move. And let's make sure it's still information Bravo.
Salvador delivery is dual 2730, ready for pushback. So 2730, stand by for push. Stand by at dual 2730.
And receive clearance Delta 514, stand 24, we're ready also.
Delta 514, stand by for push, you're number 4.
Oh my goodness, we're number 4.
And
We're number 4. We're number 4. We're number 4.
106, stand by, number 5.
Everybody getting ready to roll.
Just a heads up for everyone, we don't have a lot of space here, so we're just holding up on pushes. Just few at a time, just to not cause a mess.
We get it. While we got a minute, let's see if we can
delivery Delta 124 requesting IFR clearance to Recife with information from
maybe do a guess. Dot ATIS
Delta 1
SBRF ATIS.
Salvador delivery, hello.
See if we can get a guess as to which star we're going to get up there. RNP runway 36.
Expect the MAV 1 Alpha departure, Alvaro transition, squawk 5510.
So if we're landing
okay, we're cleared
36
as filed, flight level 370, runway 10, expect the MAV 1 Alpha.
What are the approaches to
departure,
36? Let's look.
transition, and squawk 5510, Delta 124.
Like an RNP, and I think it did say expect the RNP.
Back is corrected, advise ready for push and start on my frequency.
RNP,
Okay,
yeah.
Delta 124.
So we can kind of go ahead and pin that in there, and then let's look at the stars and see which we're coming off of. Anbex is our point. Anbex 2 Alpha, does that lead to, okay, that's the runway 18. Anbex 1 Bravo, RNAV arrivals to 36. Okay, so I'm pretty convinced Anbex 1 Bravo is indeed what we'll get, so we'll go ahead and pin that in. Let's come back here and pin the star that we were, the SID that we were assigned. Okay. So while we got a moment, we're still number 4 for push. Let's go ahead and get Ambex 1 Bravo and the RNAV 36 programmed in. Now, the weather could change, the wind could shift. All of a sudden, we'll find ourselves looking at an ATIS information where everything is reversed and we're going the other way. But for right now, at least, we can get our best guess in as to what we're going to encounter when we get up there. Let's just go ahead and get it programmed. And hey, if it changes, it changes. But if it doesn't change, then we're ahead of the game here. Ambex 1 Bravo to 36. Why do we not have the RNAV RNP to 36 there?
Salvador, muito boa, Papa Meu, Kilo injetando, plano de voo para Fortaleza, nível de voo 4, 0, ficha de informação brava, por favor.
Papa Meu, Kilo injetando, aguarda a cópia do meu.
RF003.
Azul 2840, contact ground on
RF004.
Azul 2840, contact ground on 121.9.
Okay, so RF004 is the transition. Okay, so there you go.
121.09 and 284.
Okay, so there we go. Now we got the RNAV36 off of RF004, and when it does come off of the Anvex1 row, I might have selected the wrong star, possibly. Let's put it in the route and execute.
6520, contact ground on 121.09.
And we can go ahead and just put that into the fixed page. Put a 4-mile and a 10-mile ring around it just to give us some situational awareness. Okay, so we've got the arrival plugged in now, and hopefully.
730, contact ground on 121.09.
Hopefully good to go with that.
Ground 121.09, 02730.
Right. Could be pretty close to getting our clearance to go here. Let's still see a number of airplanes around us. But we don't know which ones near us have also called for push. And what's the departure queue? Looks like it's only about 3, maybe. So, and maybe we'll have one taxiing out there from the terminal. So, if the departure queue is not too bad, maybe they'll have a few more of us push. I mean, I'm not being critical. I get when he's saying, like, hey, we don't push until we've got space to let you roll. So it makes total sense, not critical at all. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We do have just a brief ground delay due to a high level of traffic departing the airport here at Salvador. So we have not gotten clearance to push back from the gate just yet. We are going to be a little bit delayed getting airborne, hopefully by the top of the hour, and if that changes, we'll let you know. Thanks again for flying along with us on Delta. Flight 514 service to Recife will be underway shortly, as quickly as we can be.
Exato, conforme rota, decola 10, GBS 3 Alfa com Irume, transponder 5535 pro Gol.
I'm going to need some pliers and
Melvin's here. Hey, Melvin, how are you?
30-weight ball bearings. Hell, you need ball bearings. It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Na sua frequência, chamará? O confirma para o Gol 2003?
Afirmo 2003, só para controle de tráfego. A autorização vai vir do solo, mas chama na minha frequência, só para indicar.
Yeah, once we are...
Frente, 2003.
Now, I will tell you, the one person who is really upset right now is our tug driver. Hey, if you weren't ready to push, you shouldn't have called me, dude. It's okay. Let's just take a peek up top. Yeah, we got packs on auto. Engine bleeds are off at the moment. Okay, we're doing fine though. Minimum departure fuel for this leg.
Delta 514, contact ground on 121.09.
21-9er, Delta 514, thanks. Alright, minimum departure fuel is not a factor since we're fueled for both of our legs here. Yeah, what he said.
Alfa Bravo Mike, ponto para dano 0, via Juliette 2, Alfa e Charlie, que negando 01, vamos.
If he's not going to read it back, I'm just going to jump in. Hey, Marcella. Good to hear from you.
Autorizado Juliette 2, Alfa, Charlie, até o ponto de espera da pista 2, Alfa, Papa, Alfa, Bravo Mike.
Correto.
Salvador ground, Delta 514, stand 24 with Bravo. We're ready to push.
Salvador ground, can you say again?
Delta 514, stand 24 with Bravo. We are ready to push.
Delta 414, Roger, push and start approval, face to west at Kilo.
We will face to the west, Delta 514.
At Kilo,
Okay.
please.
Holding point Kilo, Delta 514.
Yes, at Kilo, sir.
I don't see anything marked Kilo on this chart.
Ocean MS520, taxa
I
considerador
don't see anything marked Kilo. Parking spot.
Charlie, que negou no 01.
Táxi autorizado via Kilo, Juliette 1, Charlie, até o ponto de espera dando 0, Ocean MS.
Oh, here's Kilo over here. Ground Delta 514. Yeah, so you're saying west at Kilo. Kilo is east of where we are, so do you want us to taxi out to Kilo and then hold short of Alpha there, or you just want us to push facing east toward Kilo?
Just push and start approval, face to west. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Delta 514. Yeah, but he's saying Kilo. He's saying face west toward Kilo. Or he's saying face west at Kilo, but Kilo's to our east. So I'm not understanding what he's trying to tell us to do.
Alfa Bravo Mike, você vai dar passagem ao Airbus à sua frente.
Anyway, parking brakes released. Releasing the hold. And we're rocking and rolling. Alright, up top. So the right pack off, right ground start on. Yeah, we're west of Kilo. He wants us facing west toward Kilo. Those two things don't make sense together. So I don't know. So I'm not sure. All right, come on, let's pan the view, please. Yeah, Melvin has it down. This is when you're in the southern hemisphere, the water rotates the other direction, so east is west.
For any reason, our pushback rule doesn't want to push us further back, so we have to stop here.
Okay, no problem, sir.
Yeah, he texted me, and he didn't give me really any additional information, so I'm not sure.
Azul 2840, confirm you at the taxi.
Alright, let's go up top. Get the pack back on. Left pack off. Ground start on the right hand side. We get the bleed on. And the gen on.
Ground Azul 2730, ready to taxi.
Stand by. Azul 2840, request. Are you requesting taxi? Confirm last call. Confirm last information. Dayton 1046, confirm Salvador ground. Can you hear me?
2730 with you.
Okay, so we are pushed.
Azul 2730, taxi to 1.110 via Juliet 2, Alpha and Charlie, Canadian 1011.
One more time on the taxiways for 2730, I apologize.
What?
Alright.
Say again.
Azul 2730, taxi to runway 10 via which taxiways?
Juliet 2, Alpha and Charlie.
So we got the air conditioning switched over to the engines. We got the electricity switched over to the engines. We can now get the APU off.
2730, sorry about that.
No worries. Layton 1047. 46, confirm last information.
Okay, flaps 5 can be set. And we'll do our
can you hear me?
control surface checks. .1 on the trim. And probe heats.
ASO 2840, can you hear me? Salvador ground.
And we are ready to roll.
Ground, hello, land 1046, 7 request.
Okay, parking brake is off. Do a config check. Everything is good.
Listen, 1046, so, okay, stand by for your pushback. You have a taxi and your taxi for pushback.
Okay, no problem. Standing by for land 1046.
And ground Delta 514, we are ready to taxi.
4 is ready for push and start. Gate 21.
Block it. Confirm Delta 124.
Take ground Delta 124.
Delta 124 pushes at the Buddha face west.
Push is approved, facing west, Delta 124.
And ground Delta 514, ready to go.
Delta 514, taxi to 114.010 via Kilo, 282, Alpha and Charlie, connection 1011.
At Kilo, Juliet 2, and Alpha, and then holding point Charlie, Delta 514.
Thank you.
Okay, I see.
Now you're clear to push it down. Taking off 282.
I see. So taxiway Kilo is this entire taxiway. This whole thing is Kilo. That's what I wasn't understanding earlier. He was fine. I was the dumb Yank idiot, so we're all good. Oops, that's a double line. I'll get over back on the single one. So Kilo's marked out here, but no, this whole thing is Kilo. Kilo, Juliet 2, Alpha, Charlie. Alright, brake check. Brakes are good.
ASO 2840, can you confirm the last information that is there for me?
Weather. Terrain.
ASO 2730, monitor tower 1843, thank you, have a good one, have a good time.
1843, thanks for the help. Visual 273.
Weather, terrain. Transponder TA and RA, we're doing that a little early, but because it's kind of hard to get to, I like to get it done early. Okay, and we're only about third in line, so I think we're doing well. Yeah, so I think one of your earlier messages, Marcella, made it make sense. Kilo is that entire span from Alpha all the way back to the Juliets. It's not marked well on the chart.
ASO 2840, request active, sorry for the delay.
No worries, ASO 2840, taxi to 1.10 via Juliet 2 and Charlie, connection
And since we're coming up behind the line here, we're going to turn our taxi lights off. Just as bad as our scopes, is Marcella Bay.
Yeah, Juliet 2 and Charlie to holding point 10, ASO 2840.
Correct. Delta 4514, monitor tower 118.3, thank you, have a nice one, and have a good flight.
Monitor 118.3, Delta 514, thanks man, see ya.
See ya.
Okay, we're over on tower frequency now.
Salvador Tower, hold position, runway 10.
Minimum departure fuel 13,300. And yeah, we got plenty. 1935, we're pretty sure is the departure frequency. We got that dialed in. So as soon as we're next in line, forward-facing lights are here. Strobe is there. Continuous ignition is there. TA and RA we did. Everything else is above us.
Altitude 720, line up runway 10.
Runway 10, 273.
Okay, we're first in line. Oh, I never did turn the seatbelt lights on. Okay, we'll get the continuous ignition on now. Strobes, when we get cleared to take the runway, we'll get the strobes on. When we get cleared to go, we'll get the forward-facing lights on. I think we're good. I think everything else is ready. We're in heading. Yeah, and our FMC has that straight climb to 1800 entered in, so I think we can probably take off safely in LNAV. Yeah, we don't know what altitude.
Altitude 730, clear for takeoff, runway 10, wind 110 degrees, 10 knots, Canadian 101.
Runway 10, clear for takeoff, is 2730.
And we might end up about 20 minutes late getting up, but that's okay. We got two fairly short legs programmed for tonight. We'll be fine.
Delta 514.
Delta 514, we're here.
Delta 514, good evening. I left runway 10.
We'll line up and wait. Runway 10, Delta 514. Okay, strobes are on. Okay, we will not do the forward-facing lights until we've been cleared to go. And that's just a signal to the traffic downfield. If there's anybody that needed to cross this runway downfield, they look up and they see us sitting here with our strobes flashing. They might think twice about, hey, did this controller just mess up? But if they see us sitting here with our forward-facing lights off, that's their signal that we have not yet been cleared to go and we're not yet rolling. So they know then that that's a kind of a courtesy. They know from looking at our forward-facing lights being off, they can see that we are not yet rolling and they are indeed safe to cross there. Overshot the
Delta 514, clear for the cost runway 10, wind 110 degrees, 10 knots, Canadian 1011.
1011 and clear for takeoff 10, Delta 514. Okay, we would spin the engines up to check for any warnings. We see no warnings. We'll go into takeoff.
Airspeed alive.
Okay, we'll get a little forward pressure on the yoke to pin the nose wheel down until we get to that 80 knot call. There we go.
124 is ready for departure.
Delta 24, good evening, Salvador Tower, line up in runway 10.
Speed one. Line up white, runway 10,
Rotate speed is there. Smoothly lifted off. Pitch to maintain. Pitch to maintain that bugged speed. So we get up to 1,000.
Delta 514, contact Salvador Control, 119.35, thank you, bye-bye.
1935 for control, Delta 514, we'll see you. Salvador Control, Delta 514 is 2,000.
Delta 514, Salvador departure, very evening, radar contact, flight departure 2,000 feet. Continue our climb at level 330 on the level 1 alpha departure.
Via the departure to flight level 330, Delta 514. Okay, let's see. Do we have any altitude restrictions on this? Okay, so MEV up at 6. Okay, we got that. So it's going to hold 6 until we pass MEV up, and then it should let us go here. We can cancel the auto brake. We can center the gear control. Continuous ignition can come off.
Controle Salvador, passa perto conversando com a vertical da transporte, regressando para os corredores para a questão de pouso por próximo de Salvador. Ciente, o Roberto Mosca, pistão de Salvador é a pistão do
Okay, let's just make double sure. It should, yeah, I was going to say, it's pulling the power back now to make sure we don't bust 6 here. But it does look like we are good. It's going to level us at 6. Passing MEV up, it'll crank it up again. And then there's no other restrictions on that departure. So we can
Delta 514 after MEV, continue our present heading at vector for separation.
Okay, we'll keep the present heading after MEV up Delta 514.
Thank you very much. This should be no more than 5 minutes on this heading.
Whatever you need, sir.
Thank you.
The Salvador Control, Delta 124, passing 2,500.
Delta 124, Salvador departure, very good evening, radar contact passing 2,600, continue your climb flight level 370 on the MEV 1 alpha departure.
We'll continue the climb to flight level 370.
Okay, so MEV up.
1 alpha departure, Delta 124.
After MEV up, we can continue the climb up to 330. Okay, looks like it's doing that. Yes. Okay, and then passing, I think it was 8,000, we can go into standard. But it did say to maintain our present heading. Okay.
Alfa Branco Mike, está livrando os passageiros do Salvador, serviço radar encerrado, controle Recife 124250, boa noite, bom fim de semana. And Delta 514, proceed direct to Aruru intersection, thank you very much, sir.
Direct to Aru, Delta 514. Execute, and then back to LNAV.
Alfa Bravo Mike, controle Salvador.
Okay, we're coming through 10. We should see a speed increase. We can also get the forward-facing lights all off. Yep, okay, we're seeing the plane level off to build speed. We can also do a quick check of the pressurization system. The way I like to say it is through 10,000, the differential pressure should be about 1/3 of the way up. Through 18,000, the differential pressure should be about 2/3 of the way up. And then at cruise, the differential pressure should be totally up. You also just kind of want to make sure the cabin altitude is at something reasonable for this stage, and it's climbing at a reasonable rate. And all those things are true, so we're good. I mean, you know, if you're still breathing, then you can kind of reasonably assume that it's okay so far. You guys got a glimpse of how bad my sinuses are in that little joke there. Ah, sorry about that. What are we trailing? Anybody lose party hat? Yo-yo? Something?
24.250 on 124.250. Thanks for the help. Have a good night. Decimal 2730.
You too, take care. And Shidi 1046 after Melbourne, maintain target heading for separation.
After Melbourne, maintaining heading for separation, down 104.
How are they doing with the event? Wait a minute, where did we take off from?
Patamão Tango Oscar, mantentor de Ceasa, para o ingresso na ATC em Ceasa, chama Torre Salvador, serviço 1, boa noite, decimal 30, uma boa noite, até a próxima.
O Roberto Tango Oscar em Interlagos, para manter a torre de Ceasa, e depois vai chamar a torre 118, decimal 3, Patamão Tango Oscar.
Contour, good evening. Strong Pluton Heavy. We are 2000 climb via Papa 1 Alpha.
There we go.
Sharp 1, Salvador departure, very good evening, we're back on to passing 2000.
So they got a good amount of traffic between the airports, but not an insane amount of traffic. Like, I think this is a manageable amount of traffic, hopefully. So, yeah, hopefully they're doing okay. We're coming up on 18,000. In the U.S. or North America, this is where we would switch over from local altimeter to standard altimeter and start saying weird things like flight level. But here we've already done that. We did that passing 8,000 because that's what it's said to do in here. Transition level 080 rather than 180. But it still means we're passing 18,000 and it's time for our pressurization check number 2. And yes, again, as I said, 1/3 of the way up at 10, 2/3 of the way up at 18. Still climbing at a reasonable rate, still sitting at a reasonable level. And again, still breathing.
Azul 1996, controle Salvador, boa noite, contato radar 229, adicione identificação. Continua descida para 4.000 pés.
Yes, we're not quite in range of the Recife ATIS, but we can kind of check it in a hack code kind of way. SBRF_ATIS. Charlie now is current there.
Chile 1046, thank you very much.
Still the same. RNP 36. Transition level there's 045. Ooh, wow, really low. 0308. So a nice light northeasterly wind. 8 knot quartering crosswind. 1013.
Delta 514, go back to Recife, stay dead south, frequency 124.250.
2425, Delta 514, we'll see you.
Yes, thank you very much, have a great night, take care. Chile 1046, if you contact Recife Center now, 124.250.
4094, centro.
Solicito sair da cabina 5 minutinhos.
Dan 4694, centro eficiente, reporte no regresso.
Vai reportando no regresso, muito obrigado.
Recife Center, Delta 514 is 211, going up to 330.
Delta 514, hello, squawk ident, vectors for frequency, right and heading 130.
Alright, we got the ident for you, and 130 and heading for sequence, Delta 514.
The Azul 2730, turn left heading 040.
Left 040, 2730.
So, didn't look like it was an insane amount of traffic, but it's enough that they're sequencing us.
Squawking ident and vectors for sequence heading 140, land 106.
Ocean 520, suba e mantenha nível de voo 330.
Subir e manter 330, Ocean 520.
Delta 124 with me.
Delta 124, we're passing flight level 195 to flight level...
By the way, one thing I completely forgot, guys.
Delta 124, squawk ident.
So it is the Let's Samba Friday Night Ops event. The one thing I completely forgot to mention while we were down on the ground was we've also got our Slant artwork adventure going on. Our Slant artwork adventure is a channel activity that we engage in with the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. I will start each stream by putting a sentence into ChatGPT to have it create an image that is roughly representative. Roughly is the pun on tonight's. Roughly representative of what we're up to that evening, and then you guys, once you see it, can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, if you would like to. And that'll put you in the queue to add to or modify our Slant's artwork adventure. So our Slant artwork adventure so far this evening is furry co-pilots dancing the samba on the dance floor. There's Kiwi, there's Mozzie, doing a little samba action, dressed to impress during Rio Carnival. So if you want to get in on that action, cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and let me know what you would like to do to add to or modify that image.
India Lima Tango Alpha Tango.
Got a yawn there, my ears popped. I feel like climbing in the plane for real. Guess they better check the pressurization. Holy cow.
Delta 514, turn left and now heading 090.
Left to 090, Delta 514.
Azul 2113, resume on navigation, fly direct to Ethiopia.
Alright, we'll resume our navigation direct to SBSV, Azul 2113.
Gol no 328, desça para 3 mil pés, que negar por seguro 1012, autorizado, RNP Zulu, cabeceira 12, corrige 10, reporte final estabilizado, Gol no 328. Desça 3000, que negar 102, estado retrata RNP, vai encontrar estabilizado, Gol no 328. Delta 124, Delta 124, turn left heading 100.
Left heading 100, so Delta 124.
Delta 124, climb and maintain flight level 370, no restrictions.
ILTAT and ENDIG and ENDEX are our 3 points here. Left now to 010, Delta 514.
Below 1046, radar contact is lost, radar service is terminated. Ocean MSFS2024, informe velocidade Mach.
Momento. 7.8, MSFS2024.
Alright, we are almost at cruise. And,
Azul 2730, say your Mach number.
Release our cabin crew. Should have released our cabin crew at 10,000, I forgot. We did that first cabin, cruise check, climb check. Release the cabin crew, and then we'll go ahead and release the passengers as well, since I know we're still 5,500 feet until cruise altitude, but doesn't look like we're coming through any rough-looking layers, so.
Azul 2113, resume correction. Azul 2113, fly direct to Aztec Show, correction, 8 dynamic position.
Sorry, say again, 2113?
AFM, direct to 8 dynamic position, Echo Delta, November, Oscar Bravo.
Direct at Azul 2113.
Azul 2730, resume on navigation, direct to ILTAT.
Resume on navigation, direct to ILTAT. That's Azul 2730.
Delta 514, left and heading 340.
Alright, left heading 340, Delta 514. Give me some pretty good zigzags. I think he likes to say my name.
271, contact the Recife Center on frequency 134.80.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have almost made it up to our cruise altitude, but we've gone ahead and turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, as we do seem to be in nice smooth air for the moment. And if anything changes, we will turn those lights back on and let you know. But for right now, we've released the cabin crew. They should be coming around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and a churrasco, Brazilian barbecue churrasco. So just sit back, relax, enjoy. We did get airborne just about 20 minutes after our scheduled arrival time, and we are experiencing some in-air traffic delays as well. So we'll give you an update as best as we can in terms of our anticipated arrival time into Recife. So we'll give you that update when we are able. Thanks again for flying along with us on Delta Airlines. Expected to be down at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. That's 40 minutes away. I have a feeling we're probably an hour out still.
Azul 2730, just confirm once again, the Mach number now is 0.72, is that right?
0.722, Azul 2730.
Roger, thank you.
Tá, 4614, de volta na cabine.
Danger. Azul 2730, any chance to keep Mach 75 or greater?
Should be doable for Azul 2730. I'll try to plug in 0.76.
Roger, 76 will help me appreciate Azul 2730, just let me know please.
Alright, coming up on the cruise altitude finally.
Ocean MSFS2024, chame agora Recife 1348, bom voo.
Chama Recife 348, grato, Ocean MSFS2024.
Delta 514, resume on navigation, direct to ILTAT.
Direct ILTAT on navigation, Delta 514.
Delta 124, and last heading 340.
Hey, there we are. Just kind of point the plane just generally toward ILTAT, and then let's go ahead and
November 20
seal the deal here.
Recife, a sua identificação, aguarde chegada a Aqua no Alfa. Confirme quantas milhas para ideal?
10 milhas, tá?
Sim, November 20 Delta Victor, reporte a 5 milhas no ponto ideal de descida.
Vou botar a 5 milhas do ideal de descida, o ideal de Delta Victor.
Azul 2730, pass the message.
We're holding back, decimal 77.
77, really thank you, Azul 2730. Confirmando na chamou centro.
Yes, sir, we are on flight level, circling 1, flight level 265, flying in 3900.
Confirm call sign.
Starfleet 1.
Starfleet 1, Recife Center, squawk guidance, climb and maintain flight level 390.
Squawking identity 390, Starfleet 1.
Look it up. We made it.
Azul 2840, centro.
So if we get told to descend via the arrival, what does that mean for us? Descend via the arrival. Looks like it's 3,500. Let's just check. Reference 77, or Recife 77, 100 or below. Recife 004, 3,500 or above. Let's just make sure that those are all in there. Again, I'm kind of making some assumptions in terms of the approach we're going to get and the star that we're going to get. We are going to this point and back, and we do know that the ATIS is currently advertising the RNP runway 36, which we would pick up from RF004. This ends at RF004 at 3,500. So it looks like we've got it all in correctly, but yeah, anything could change, and we might get a curveball thrown. But I believe we've got relatively high certainty that this is what we're doing. So let's go ahead and just run through the FMC and make sure that it agrees with the altitudes coming up. Okay, 100 or below and 3,500 or above, and then we're on to the approach, and then runway 36 is in the fixed page. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good that we got that dialed in the way it should be here, and we'll go ahead and just get the
Azul 2840, Recife Center. Bono 328, tente agora autorização de pouso, break, Azul 2730, contact Recife Center, frequency 134.8.
134.8, thanks for all the help.
Progress page, or what do we want?
Bono 328, pouso autorizado. Porto Seguro, vento.
Let's just get the progress page. Over here, we'll do the. I can't get out of this mode now. I can't get the mouse out of this mode. Oh, that was annoying. Anytime there's a click spot nearby, it's really difficult to kind of get it to do what you want it to do.
Azul 2840, Recife Center.
Anyway, initialize. Let's plan on a flat 30 at 152.
290 and vectors for sequence C, turn left heading 350.
So subclimb level 290 left 350 for the heading, and Azul 2840.
Delta 164, climb level 370, resume on navigation, fly direct to UTAT position.
Alright, so the 152, and then it'll be 157, I guess. Right, it's a pretty light wind. 8 knot wind, so we're only going to add the standard 5 knots. So 152 is our VREF, 157 will be our V approach.
3359, hello, stop guidance, stop and climb and maintain level 230.
Score guidance and stop and climb 230, 10:33:59.
Go no 3.
Look it up.
O Carcará no 023, desça para 4.000 pés, ajuste no 011 Vitória.
So we originally thought we were going to be down at 7 p.m. for this first flight, and we got a 20-minute delay getting airborne, and then we got a little bit zigzagged. And, once after we got airborne, a 20-minute ground delay, some of which was my own doing. I wasn't ready when I should have been.
November 206 Delta Victor, desça para o nível de voo 200.
But 20-minute overall ground delay, and then a little bit of zigzagging around up here. So I'm going to say we're probably a half an hour delayed getting in, which means an hour from now. Although we're only 80 miles from top of the descent, so maybe we make some of that up. Maybe it's
3376 for zonal navigation.
Maybe it's quarter after the hour.
3490, scoping ident, expect Acpas 1 Alpha arrival, report on top of descent.
Expect Acpas 1 Alpha departure, report 610
Acpas 1 Alpha arrival.
Sorry, arrival.
Roger. Delta 514, see your MAC number.
We're max 74 right now.
74, and you can keep 76 or greater?
We can. What do you need?
Roger, thank you. Maintain Mach 0.76 and contact now Recife Center on frequency 13480. Thanks for the cooperation.
All right, 34.8, Mach 76. We'll see you, Delta 514.
See ya.
34. 8.
Azul 416. Azul 416, fly direct to Ed Knob position. Direct Ed Knob, Azul 416. Correct. 310.
34.8. And
final altitude. Descend flight level 310, and please increase your speed.
So I'm unable to increase my speed, and sorry for that because I changed the weather settings, so sorry for that.
Roger, sunset on 1, vector for space, turn left 360.
Left 360 to someone.
okay, so if you can't do what I ask, then you get a delay vector. Center Delta 514, level 330, Mach 76.
Delta 514, Recife, good evening, radar contact 330. You can expect on back 1 Bravo arrival. You can expect RMP 36.
Alright, Ambex 1 Bravo, RMP 36, Delta 514. Yeah, so exactly what we expected. Ambex 1 Bravo, RMP 36, all good.
120, passing 180 for 310.
So that's how they do it here. Like, you wouldn't normally get the star assignment. It's not like you file the SID and star on the ground like you do in the States. You know, in the States, most of the stars that you file, not all, but most, are applicable to whichever airport direction happens to be in use at the time you get up to where you're going. It's not always the case. Every now and then you file a star for eastbound, then you have to be switched to one for westbound or what have you, but it's not common. But here, you don't file a star. You get assigned one based on the runway direction once you are getting ready to start your descent. So now that's the way they work it in a lot of places, this being one of them. We kind of can get our best guess in by peeking at the ATIS ahead and knowing what runway they're arriving on. You can kind of piece it together. You know where your en route segment ends, so you know where your star is going to begin, and then if you know what runway that star is going to connect it to, you can kind of figure it out by process of elimination. So that's what we did tonight. And so that's why we already have that Ambex 1 Bravo. We already have the RNP 36. So we've already got that into the FMC. We've already done the full approach. We haven't done a full approach briefing. We definitely have it fully programmed. The full approach briefing will include where are we parking. So where are we parking? Oh, that's Salvador. Hold on.
Go 9 and 6 Romeo, you can expect Nikki 1 Bravo arrival. You can expect RMP 36.
Freaking Nikki 1 Bravo arrival, this one RMP 36.
So really anywhere in here on the right.
And go 961, descend pilot discretion, flight level 1.
So anywhere in here on the right. So we'll, what do we got here? 9600. We're going to want to, for landing 36, we're going to want to turn off as quickly as we can in order to shorten our taxi. So we'll put in a pretty robust auto brake, try to make it off here by Bravo and then Mike. And then we do need to look at the missed approach procedure to see, like, if we do go missed, what are we doing? So if we go missed, it's a straight climb to 2500 and then the left turn for the hold. So 2500 missed, but it's straight and then back to RF003. So straight to 25 and then keep 25 back to the left. Marcella says it's incredible. Recife almost never operates 36, but every time we have an event, the wind's favoring. So does that make it? Is that one of those airports that it's more advantageous for you? Like, does it give more favorable spacing one way or the other, or is it just what you guys are used to? Because that's the thing for us at Washington National. Everyone wants us to run southbound, but we can run so much tighter spacing northbound because of the approach types. Vacating is easier, so less spacing is required. Yeah, vacating is easier landing southbound, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like all the taxiways are oriented for, yeah, high speed off to the left, high speed off to the left, high speed off to the right. Whereas here, we'll have to make the hard turns off. Yeah, I got you. Now we are coming up on our top of descent. We've been told to expect the star, but I don't know if we've been given a clearance to descend on it yet. We're still 40 miles away, so I'm not going to panic just yet. Go ahead and get our passengers briefed, however, I think. It's not a bad idea.
Recife, good evening. Salvador level 350, roll call stop.
Azul 2840, good evening. Radar contact 350. You can expect on back 1 Bravo arrival. You can expect RP36.
We expect the attack 1 Bravo arrival for the RP36.
So very light winds. And a few clouds at 2000, so yeah, I got a little bit of a low. Those partly cloudy skies. 27 is about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. 1013 will pre-arm. And then we'll pre-tune the local frequencies here. 2185 and 1835. We need to check the minimums on that approach too. That's the one piece I haven't done. Minimums on the approach. LNAV and VNAV 511. So we can go ahead and get that set. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we do ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are just getting ready to start our descent into Recife. Timing-wise, we think we will be on the ground in about 35 minutes, about 15 minutes after our original scheduled arrival. The cabin crew is going to come around one last time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs, and we do thank you for flying along with us on Delta Airlines. Center Delta 514, can you confirm we have clearance to descent?
Delta 514, descent pilot discretion, flight level 150.
At pilot's discretion 150, Delta 514. Okay, so we're not cleared down via the star yet, but we are allowed to start descending and join our planned vertical path. So that's good enough for now.
Flight level 150, so 2730.
I know we were told to expect Ambex 1 Bravo, but I didn't think we got a clearance to actually join the vertical portion yet, so good that I asked, I suppose. Alright, so any minute now we should see the aircraft tick over and start following that vertical path.
Pacific Center, it's 103376 level 350, inbound and dig, Mach 76 assigned.
103376, Recife, good evening, radar contact 350. You can expect a back 1 Bravo arrival. You can expect...
Okay, we are descending. I'm going to let the FMC have the speed back.
Delta 124, you can expect a back 1 Bravo arrival. You can expect LMP36.
I will expect the Ambex 1 Bravo arrival and the RMP for runway 36 for Delta 144.
Ocean 6520 chama controle Recife 1204.
That's 151 now. And you know what? Not sure why it's got us down at 270 on the speed. I believe are there speed restrictions on this? That I see. And once we get into the approach,
Echo 096 Romeo, contact Recife approach.
missed approach, by the way, straight to 25, left to 35. So I was wrong earlier.
Go 96 Romeo.
Go 96 Romeo, copy.
Go 96 Romeo, contact Recife approach 120.4.
Oh, to Recife approach.
Probably the same frequency we're about to get.
Thank you,
So we'll plan for that. Just to be ahead of the game.
City Center 103359, hello, flight 350. Down 3359 at Recife, good evening. Radar contact, flight level 350.
You can expect MBX 1 Bravo arrival. You can expect RMP 36.
Expect MBX 1 Bravo arrival and the RMP 36, 10:30:59.
Alright guys, don't forget we've got our Slant artwork adventure underway. Our Slant artwork adventure. We always try to choose an image description. I feed an image description into ChatGPT to create an image that is roughly roughly related to what we're doing that evening. And then once you guys see it, and you see the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points at the bottom of the chat panel, you can cash in 500 points by clicking on the button next to that alphabet serial icon, and that puts you in the queue where you can, once called upon, suggest anything that you'd like to do to add to that image or modify that image. Our Slant artwork adventure for tonight, in honor of our Let's Samba Friday Night Ops event, is our furry co-pilots Mozzie and Keely doing a little samba dancing together. So if you want to add to that image or modify that image, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points. And then once I call your name, let me know what you'd like to do to it. So we're 151 on the VREF and 156. Let's go ahead and do a full approach briefing since we didn't really do one. Approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach altitude is straight to 2500, left to 3500. We did check the legs, altitudes, and the missed approach. We put the range rings in. V-speeds were reviewed at 151 V ref, 156 V approach. Minimums were reviewed and set at 511. Ceiling and visibility, we got bases at 2000. We got a very, very light, slight right to left crosswind, and we are turning off to the right with a fairly heavy auto brake just to minimize our taxiing. Our approach briefing is complete.
New Zealand 361 with you, flight level 243.
And New Zealand 361, radar contact, climb at level 360.
Climb flight level 360, New Zealand 361.
Coming down through 10, we'll get the cabin crew alerted. We're ways off yet. Alert the cabin crew, and then we'll get the chime on, and then we'll get all the forward-facing lights on at 10,000. We'll also have a speed adjustment to do.
Go 441, you can expect Nikki 1 Bravo live.
I wonder if that's 757 spot.
Goal 441 now, expecting the Nikki 1 Bravo arrival.
Thought it might be. Anytime you hear 441, you have to think maybe 757 spy. Of course, anytime you hear 514, you think me probably. Anytime you hear 816, very likely Melvin Leroy. I think 631, is it 631 that's normally cross Hyperoo? 124 is our very good friend Jet Pilot Cinnamon. We tend to use the same numbers just because it makes it easier for us to hear them. Not really realistic for a real-world airline captain to fly the same flight number all the time. That's not really a thing that happens in the real world. But for the streamers, it's helpful because we kind of subconsciously train ourselves to listen out for that number while we're yapping along to you guys. So a lot of streamers do it where they use that same number every time, and it just helps us out a little bit. Helps us be more attentive and not miss calls as much. Marcelo wants to get in on our Slant artwork adventure. Marcelo, what would you like to do to add to this already fantastic image?
Approach on 120.4 is 2730. Thanks for being on.
20.4 is what we've got dialed in, just as a best guess. BR says, I always use 182 because I'm a Blink 182 fan. Well, there you go. That's a good reason. Yeah, now before I was a streamer,
O Gol 2642, Santo Recife, muito boa noite, SOP nível 340. Vai subir para o 340, Gol 3642.
All right, Marcella, we got it chewing on that.
Hello, 10486, flight level 350.
We got it chewing on that. We'll see how that pans out for us.
3486, Recife, good evening, radar contact, flight level 350. You can expect a back 1 Bravo arrival. You can expect...
So yeah, BR says I always use 182 because I'm a Blink 182 fan. What,
Okay,
what,
expect 1 Bravo.
this is what I was about to say. So before I was a live streamer, I typically did use the flight number of the flight that I was replicating. And of course, you guys know that I fly a lot of general aviation these days. Prior to live streaming, I did a lot of airline flying at first, and then I branched into GA. But when I was doing a lot of airline flying on the network prior to the live stream, I definitely did use the flight number of whatever flight I was replicating that day. And I was pretty good at listening out for it, even though it changed every time I flew. A little bit more realistic to what a real-world crew experience is.
Azul 28 on the road, request 10.
Azul 2840.
So I don't know, Marcelo, if it got it or not.
And the maintain speed is 290.
You have to tell me. To me, it looks like it's what I would call a tambourine. So I would call that a tambourine. So if that's close, it is perfect. Oh, very good, very good. ChatGPT is pretty good at understanding our little our little jokes. That's exactly what it is. Okay, very good, very good. I was concerned that it had no idea, and it was like, tambourine's going to have to be close enough. But nice, that's cool, very cool. Alright, anyone else wants to get on that Slant artwork adventure again? Cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel.
514 report, indicated that speed.
We're 280 right now.
Right, sir. Maintain 280.
No problem.
And Delta 514, contact approach 120.4.
20.4, Delta 514, we'll see.
Agora 6520, velocidade a critério, autorizada
MX1 Bravo. Actually, we're not descending via the MX1 Bravo. We're descending 150 right now. And what's the ATIS letter? Charlie. Approach Delta 514 is 168, descending 150. We got information, Charlie, and we're we're 280 indicated speed.
Roger, Delta 514, continue descent to flight level 100, maintain 280 knots, traffic information 12 o'clock, 15 miles high, Alpha 320. Expect RT runway 36 and flight direct Romeo Foxtrot 004.
Romeo Foxtrot 004 down to 10,000. We'll maintain the 280 knots. We're looking for the traffic, Delta 514.
Go 96 Romeo, continue descent 4,000 feet, altimeter 1013.
Continue descent to 4,000 feet, altimeter. Could you please repeat the altimeter for my
Altimeter 1013.
So BR says, my first time flying in the US, there was another 182 on the frequency. Then I started doing what ATC was instructing him to do, and God was not happy. No, I expect not. However, partially on them, because it is incumbent upon the controller to recognize that there are two similar call signs on frequency, and they should issue the caution to each other to let them know to listen out for that. So they should have kind of alerted you to that. Ultimately, it's the pilot's responsibility, of course, but yeah, they could and should have given you a caution that there was another similar call sign on the frequency. CB says, I don't know why, but when I fly cargo in the PMDG, I have butter landings, passengers not so much. You have butter landings when you fly cargo. Well, you must be hauling for Land O'Lakes then, CB. How are you, man? Good to see you. Iowa Scotsman says 761 for the day and the year of birth. When I'm doing GA, makes more sense when you got the...
Goal 96 Romeo.
Yeah, there you go. November. Okay. November 761. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, very cool. So for me, the 514 Delta Victor is meant to kind of, if you write it out stylistically, it kind of looks like Sladv. Sladv. So it's kind of meant to mimic the stream name in a little way. But then it just became the case that the 514 was something I just picked up 514 into my airline call signs as well. But it's supposed to kind of reminiscently look like SLADV for Slant Alpha Adventures.
Azul 2730, descend 2,000 feet.
Descend 2,000 feet, Azul 273.
Recife approach, Delta 124, descending through 170 to 150.
Delta 514, continue to descend 6,000 feet, altimeter 1013.
Down to 6,01013.514.
Delta 124, radar contact, flight level 160.
So he said 6,000 on 1013. However,
280 knots. Expect RP runway 36.
Table descent flight level 100, maintain 280 knots, and expect RNP runway 36.
however, the ATIS said that the transition was...
Reduced to 220 knots.
We'll reduce it to 220, so Delta 514.
Recife Control, World 820 through 51190, descending 1.50.
World 820, ident, continue to descend flight level.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get the forward-facing lights on.
Expect RP runway 36.
Heading to descend flight level 1200, arrival RP 36, runway 0.
Go 96 Romeo, maintain current heading 180.
Maintain current heading 180, hold 96 Romeo.
We're going to help it slow down here.
Go 96 Romeo, descend to 2,000 feet, reduce to 200 knots, 200.
Let's descend to 2,000 feet, reduce speed 00 knots, hold 96 Romeo.
Azul 2730, cleared RC runway 36.
Okay, I'm going to keep my hand on the spoiler lever just so I remember that it's on there. Yeah, so I had thought, at least from the ATIS, that the transition level was at 045. However, he gave us 6,000 and a local altimeter setting, so that suggests that the transition altitude is higher than 045. So I wonder what the chart says it is.
Gold 96 Romeo, turn right heading 290.
Transition altitude 4,000, of course, it says there. So, yeah, strangely, he gave us a local altimeter and a altitude assignment of 6,000, which should be flight level 600 there on a standard altimeter.
Reduce to 160 is still 2730.
CB says, my FedEx landing rate in Spartanburg during the last stream was 97.
For 2730?
Correct, 2730, right heading 090.
Right 090, 2730.
Yeah, Marcelo, it seemed like it might be, or at least an inconsistency. I didn't know if the mistake was in the ATIS or the mistake was the controllers. No, yeah, pull us right now, yeah. Obviously, yank him. Mid-event. No, not the biggest mistake on the grand scale, but yeah. So obviously we weren't sure which was the mistake, but there was an inconsistency for sure.
Reduce the minimum approach speed.
The beauty of it is, Marcelo, is that the local altimeter is 1013, so it affects nothing. For those of you not in the know, that is the standard altimeter in hectopascals. Same thing as 2992, but in hectopascals it's 10.13. Or 101, not 10.13, 1013. So it affects nothing.
Azusa 730, turn left, direct Romeo Foxtrot 001, your number 4 for landing. Traffic information is at your 9 o'clock, 3 miles, type Bravo 738. Cleared RC runway 36, report established on plan.
RP 36, report established, which Romeo Foxtrot was that?
001, Romeo Foxtrot 001, break Delta 514, descend 4,000 feet, reduced to 220 knots, 220.
4,000 feet, and we are at 220 now, Delta 514.
Delta 514 reduced to 200 knots, 200.
All right, down to 200 knots, Delta 514.
Goal 96 Romeo, you're cleared RMP, report established.
It's for the RMP, report established. Goal 96 Romeo.
All right, I'm going to shallow the descent a little bit so we can get the speed off. In addition, we need some drag. We're under 250. We can actually go to flaps 5.
Descend via arrival level 900 or
Delta 124 reduced to 220 knots. Descend to 6,000 feet, altimeter 1013.
220 knots, descend 6,000 and altimeter 1013, Delta 124.
And if we really need the braking, we can throw the gear out.
Goal 96 Romeo, contact tower 118.3.
Tower 118.3, goal 96 Romeo, bye-bye.
3 or 35?
Azusa 730, reduce the minimum
This says it's 35.
Contact tower 118.3.
118.3, reduce to minimum approach, result 2730, thanks for all the help.
Bye. Delta 124, descend 5,000 feet.
Okay, we're definitely below the transition level now.
Delta 124, descend 5,000 feet, altimeter 1013.
Below 210. We can actually go flaps 10.
Delta 514, reduce to 180 knots, descend 2,000 feet, turn left, direct to Romeo Foxtrot 001. Report established on final, you're cleared, RC 36.
Alright, 180 down to 2,000, Romeo Foxtrot 001, clear for the approach and report established, Delta 514. Got all that?
World 820, continue to descend 7,000 feet, altimeter 1013.
7,000 feet, 1013, World 80.
Alright, you guys
reduced to 180 knots.
can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that on this channel, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way.
Azusa 840, reduced to 180 knots. Descend to 5,000 feet, altimeter 1013.
Yeah, it's yelling at me because we don't have the gear out.
6 approach, 103376, level 190, information Charlie.
Azusa 840, did you copy my last transmission? Descend to 5,000 feet, reduced to 180 knots.
We did copy, but we're now going to send 5,000 and 180.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get the gear out, why not?
Delta 124, you're cleared RC runway 36, report established on final level 4 for landing traffic information is at your 10 o'clock 5 miles, type Bravo 738.
We're looking for traffic coming through the RMP, runway 36,
To approach, TAM 3376.
And reduce the rate.
10 3376.
We're at 180. We can go.
00. Expect
2500.
Mission vectors for sequencing turn right heading.
Yeah, we're flaps 15. We're fine. We're landing flaps when we are ready to go. All right. Continuous ignition. With the crew. Forward facing lights are on. Spoilers for arms.
Gol 7542, chame Centro Recife 1348.
We got our airport in sight, I think.
Boa, Delta 514, contact tower 118.35.
1835, Delta 514, we'll see.
Delta 124, maintain 180.
Repeat for result 2730.
Up to 253, TO, clear to land, right, 36, 20, 030, 3080, KSA 1013.
Clear to land 36, result 2730.
Recife Tower, Delta 514 is 7 out for 36.
Delta 514, if tower could be finished crossing, maintaining approach 10 to 8.
We'll continue, Delta 514. All right, friends. We are descending. I'm going to go ahead and shut off the automation. 5 miles. Okay, we're coming up on 5 miles, so we'll reduce speed now. Bug our 156. Guys can keep those predictions coming. And landing flaps are coming out.
Repeat for 2730.
Up to 253, on ground gas 0 flapping. Vacation rate on next right via Bravo.
Next right on Bravo 2730.
Uh-oh, it's a little low. Let's slow, rather. Get that speed back. All right, flaps. Landing flaps set and check. Gears down in green. We do have our landing clearance. Missed approach is 3,500, straight to 2,500, and then left to 3,500. Okay, yeah. Chasing just a little bit here, but we're fine.
Delta 514, clear to land runway 36, 20
approaching minimums 500.
Okay, clear to land runway 36 and copy the weather at Delta 514.
400. 300.
We're all whites, but the glide path indicator's right where we want it to be, so I think we're okay here.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. Airspeed low.
Delta 514,
4, contact ground at 09, vacation next right via Bravo.
Next right and over to Bravo and ground 121.9 at 514.
Good night, bye-bye.
Talk to you soon. No predictions. Wow, no predictions. Well, you guys missed out because it was nice and smooth.
Tower call 96 Romeo, requesting permission to cross runway.
Alright, let's make sure we're all the way off the hole short here. Received ground Delta 154, we're off Bravo short of Mike, any gate.
Delta 514, hello, received ground, good taxi via Mike, and position 13.
Alright, via Mike to Lucky 13, Delta 514. Okay, flaps, spoilers. Lights, we'll leave the taxi light on. APU on and start. Continuous ignition off. Strobes. Up. Alright, hold on.
Ground Jedi 420, we're ready for taxi.
There we are.
Jedi 420.
Oops.
Hold position, Jedi 420.
I'm gonna get the flight directors off. And minimums reset.
From school 96 Romeo, from A, and we are at Bravo.
Group 96 Bravo, hello, and correct taxi via Mike, position 7.
Taxi via Mike, position 7, school 96 Romeo, thank you.
Not sure where 13 is.
2730. Uniform 122.8, bye-bye.
122.8, thanks for all the help. Great job tonight, 2730.
Okay, bye-bye.
Let's do this. Looks like 13's occupied, so I'll just take 14. Looks like we might be missing some of the building as well. That's okay.
Recife ground, Delta 124, requesting taxi to stand 7.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. This is default scenery. I didn't hunt down any freeware sceneries.
Hold position, please, Delta 124. Sorry.
Yeah, Delta 124, requesting taxi stand 7.
Delta 124, hold position, please.
Hold short on 124.
Yeah, no taxi light can come off, isn't it?
Jedi 420, catch taxi via Mike, Charlie, to hold chart 1836, and H10.
Yeah, so I have no idea. This is default scenery. I didn't do anything to it. So, not really sure what the thing is supposed to look like. Okay, we got the parking brake on.
Jedi 69er after passenger.
We are indeed down at quarter after. So not too bad in terms of the timing. We got airborne 20 minutes late, but down 15 minutes late, so we made up 5 minutes in the air somehow. Even with all those zigzags, so that's not too bad. Let's catch all of the stuff on the taxi end. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen, continuous ignition, weather and terrain. Whoops.
Continue taxi mark right for gate 124.
Continuous ignition, weather and terrain, flight directors off, auto brake off.
514. 50 Unicorn 122, that's my wake. Bye bye. Have a good night.
Hi, 228, Delta 514, we'll see you.
Thank you.
So, weather, terrain, flight directors, auto brake, minimums reset, transponder TARA, what did, lights and APU. Okay, so we're good. We got everything. Taxi lights now off. Let's switch everything over to the APU in terms of the electricity and air conditioning. I'll tell you what, let's just do a short turnaround. We'll leave everything on the APU.
Delta 124, go ahead.
Use gate 7, alright, have traffic. It's supposed to be gate 8, okay?
Gate 8 is fine for Delta 124.
Alright, we'll get the fuel cutoffs.
Gol 277 no ponto de espera da 36, como número 2.
2176, agora sim. Chama agora a torre Recife 1.
We can go ahead and get the fuel pumps all off instead of, except the left forward, left inner, rather. Seatbelt signs off and chime off. Anti-collision light off. Wheel well light on. Let's get down to set our ground.
Thank you, good night.
Let's just set the wheel trocks, actually. We'll leave everything on the APU, why not? And I'll tell you what, let's just go ahead and switch over to ground services, it's fine. So ground services on. Let's go ahead and get the doors and hatches. And then we can come up top, we can connect power. So now we have electricity coming from the ground, we got AC coming from the ground. We can shut the packs off, we can shut the APU bleeds off, we can shut the engine bleeds off, and we can shut the APU off.
Bye-bye, good night.
Over to 118, decimal 350, thank you for putting on the event, Jedi 420.
Alright, so our remaining fuel is 18.5 at this point, so let's check my predictions first, and then we'll check on your predictions. Ooh. We are really close. Really, really close on the timing and fuel. We're so close that I might have to adjust this. But look, we're 226 pounds short. We did we did get in 15 minutes late. However, we were airborne. We were off block. I don't remember where we were off block, but we were airborne. We're expecting to be airborne at 1/4 till, and we were airborne at 5 after. So we were plus 20 on the departure, and we were only plus 15 on the arrival. So that's not too bad. For off block number 2, I don't think we're going to be at 7:35. I'm going to just revise that right now.
It's ground, continue taxi via Mike and position 9er.
Position 9er straight at your Mike, as we said.
You know what? I don't want to change that, actually. I'll change this. Okay, so that doesn't change the fuel estimate. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Well, we did not get any predictions for the descent rate upon touchdown, but it ought to have been too high anyway. And yes, I floated it just a little bit. I overflared it just a touch. You know, we were chasing both localizer and glide slope coming in, but I do feel like I got it stable, set it down nice and smoothly. So over flare, but I did kind of let the nose come in and let it settle in. So overall, I was pretty happy with it. Anyway, let's get rocking on leg number 2, just to try and keep this flowing on the road here. So top of the flow list, let's go ahead and get our second flight plan filed. No, we don't want to edit. We want to type a new one. Too busy to get your guess in? Yeah, no problem, man. It's okay. Delta 514, we're IFR, we're a B738, wake's a medium, SBDFGHIRWY, transponder's a L, we're departing from SBRF. Off block time we think now is going to be
Receive ground, world
0055.
Request taxi to the cargo aid.
We can do better than that. 0050.
Confirm call sign, please.
World 820.
World 820, hello. Receive ground. Continue taxi via Mike, wait for gate.
Pursue taxi via Mike, wait.
34,480. We're going to SBFZ, our alternate SBPB, not K, dummy. En route time, 1 hour 9 and 3:21 left in the tanks. This one is iRosie, UZ81 to Tenub. PBNs are a B1, C1, D1, T2, S1, S2, whoops, S2, T1. That was close. It's not bad from memory. Twitch.tv/Slant Alpha Adventures. It's best if I spell it correctly. Okay, so we got that filed. Let's go back over to the flow list. We do have a clearance controller 18.9, so we can set that up over here. 18.9. Swap that over. 21.85. I expect we'll be back too soon. The tower controller is 1835. Actually, let's do that here because that'll be easier to get to. 1835. And then the departure controller appears that they would be 120.4. Probably what we had set on the other one. Whoops. Oh well. Okay, so radios are set, transmitting and receiving on COM 2 for now. Let's get an update on our ATIS information, see if it's still Charlie. Nope, it's Delta now. Still landing and departing 36, 0106, QNH 1013. All that has not changed. So we are good. We need an initial altitude, if they even do that here. Frequency, we believe, is going to be 120.4. Transponder, we don't know. Departure runway is going to be 36. Received clearance, Delta 514, stand number 14. We got information, Delta, IFR to Fortaleza.
Delta 514, received delivery, good evening. Fuel clear to Fortaleza, miles level 340, runway 36. Via Bumper 1 Alpha departure, Euro speed transition, squawk 5431.
Alright, cleared to Fortaleza. flight level 340, runway 36, squawk 5431, and it is, you need to give us the departure name again, please.
Via Pumpo 1 Alpha departure, Erosi transition.
Alright, Pumpo 1 Alpha, Erosi transition, Delta 514.
Delta 514, will be correct, push instructor.
Okay, so Pumpo 1 Alpha, Erosi. Okay. Alright, so let's pin that. Let's unpin the star. Let's unpin the approach. Whoops, hold on, what am I doing? Pumpo 1 Alpha is pinned. We can unpin the star. We can unpin the approach. We do have the gates and the taxi diagram and the departure. Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay, let us get some, let's get some stuff programmed in the FMC. Altimeter 1013, yeah, we already got that set. Ground elevation is reading correctly, 33 feet. Let us go ahead and get the route programmed. So let's go to menu, FMC, do the route. Origin is where we are now, SBRF. We're going to SBFZ, Fortaleza. Beautiful names. Beautiful place names down here. So that's that. We're going to depart via the Pumpo 1 Alpha to Erosi off runway 36. Go ahead and put that into the route. And activate. Execute. Oh, wait a minute. We actually should have put the rest of the route in. Well, we can do that. UZ281. No, UZ81 to Tenub. UZ81 to Tenub. TENUB. Execute. And then, yeah, can we get a guess? Yes. SBFZ dot ATIS SBFZ underscore ATIS is what I meant to say. ILS X-ray to 13. So actually, let's go ahead. Let's go to flights. Let's unload the flight. Let's put the whole new flight in. Okay, so we'll go back to the charts here. I think we're going to need to repin the airport and Pumpo. And then on the arrival,
it's finger licking good.
Airport approach ILS X-ray 13. And then let's see. Okay, all of the stars are here. It's going to be off of Tenub. And RNAV arrivals to 13. Is that what we were? Yeah, ILS arrivals. RNAV arrivals to runway 13. So this is indeed what we're likely to get as well. ILS X-ray to 13. Let's just double check. that I'm not making that up. Yeah, landing ILS X-ray 13, landing and departing 13. Okay. Good Fixins is here. How are you, Good Fixins? Okay, so we can go ahead and put all that in because that's very highly likely what we're going to get when we get there. So let's just go into departures and arrivals, and we'll put all that in as our plan. Tenet 1 Alpha to the ILS X-ray to 13, and we need to pick up a specific transition onto that. ILS, so this ends at FZ027, and is there a transition? Yeah, there's a transition to FZ027 right onto that approach. So that is indeed what we would expect. Tenet 1 Alpha, FZ027 to Don P, and then the ILS X-ray to 13. Okay, good. Performance initialization, cost index 74, because why not? Reserves are going to be 8.3, accounting for our alternates, reserves, and contingencies. Zero fuel weight will double-click and auto-calculate. We're going to do this at 340, I believe, is what I filed. And execute. N1 limits, again, if I was a real-world captain, I would be duty-bound to reduce the takeoff thrust rating and climb thrust rating if it was safe for me to do so. Performance-wise, in order to save fuel and save wear and tear, but since I'm not a real-world captain, I don't care about those things, so we'll skip. Flaps 5 is what we'll set for departure. Center of gravity will auto-calculate. 4.8 will auto-calculate, and we'll go ahead and punch in the V speed. So 138 is our abort speed. If we have any safety critical items occur before reaching 138, we'll abort to takeoff. If we reach or exceed 138, we are taking whatever problems we have at that time airborne with us. We'll accelerate 2 more knots, and then we'll rotate. We'll lift off. If we've got one good engine at that point, we'll pitch to maintain 150. If we've got 2 good engines at that point, we'll pitch to maintain 170, which we will bug in the MCP. Trim 4.82 we will set at a later point. We don't have an initial altitude as far as I can tell. Let's double check the chart here to see what it says. The other controller just cleared us straight up to our cruise. So we'll see if that seems to be the case here. Pump 1 Alpha departure. Do we have an initial? So we got noise abatement. I guess we will say 080 is the initial until we're cleared higher. So we'll go ahead and just set that as the initial. Okay, auto throttle, flight director. We're going to start in LNAV and VNAV. Because we are, yeah, we're not expecting vectors or anything like that. We are literally just taking off and headed straight to those points. No questions asked. Unless we're told something different by the controller, but that's the initial plan right there. Heading is 003 in case we need to use that to return to the airport somehow. We'll just have it set on runway heading to start with, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, pretty much all our stars end at an initial approach fix. Yeah, no, I know that's typically the ICAO design philosophy, if you will. So that's why I always check, and I check in the U.S. as well. Sometimes, you know, that we're seeing more and more stars in the U.S. where the final point on the star is a transition point or an initial on an approach. So that tends to be what we're kind of moving toward in the U.S. But outside the U.S., it seems like a lot of places just have that as their default design philosophy. So, yeah, we always look for that. We are in plan. No, we are in map mode. We do have the traffic and data modes on, so we're good there. Auto brake set to reject takeoff. And transponder mode was 5431. And 5431, and we're already in TARA. Could have popped it into standby at the gate, but we're in TARA now.
Solicitando Fortaleza 340, tá?
Alright, so we're hoping to be pushed by 15 minutes from now. I think we're in good shape. Let's go ahead and get the hatches and doors closed.
Fortaleza 340, tá conforme, decola 36 com alto
Let's get the let's get the seatbelt signs on. I said on. On is down that way. Okay. Seatbelt signs on. Let's get one. Oh, I left that fuel pump on for the APU. Oops. Okay, but now we're going to go ahead and fire up the APU anyway, so good to go. Parking brake, let's verify that it is indeed set. And it is. Okay, we're good. So then we can jump up top. Let's get window heat on. Pressurization, we're going to cruise at 340. Landing altitude is... Oh, I had put 100 for this one. Landing altitude was 50 for this one, 100 for the next one. Okay, close enough. We had a minor ear pop when we opened the doors, but not too bad. The APU buses can come on as soon as they are ready to. And we can get the APU powering the packs as well. Okay, so APU is now providing electricity and circulation. So we can hop back down. And throw off the lines and the chocks. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Delta 514 service to Fortaleza. We will be pushing back from the gate here in about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less. We might get out just a little bit early. Expected to be wheels up by the top of the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 9 minutes, and we'll be cruising at 34,000 feet. The origin weather is pretty favorable. Light winds. We got a small cloud base to climb through. We might be bumped around just a tiny little bit as we climb through that cloud layer, but once we get above that, we should be nice and smooth sailing, and we did have pretty smooth air coming in, so we expect the same heading north and west to Fortaleza. Thanks again for riding with us on Delta Airlines. Go ahead and sit back, relax, get the seatbelts buckled, and we'll be underway shortly with Delta 514's service to Fortaleza. Okay, let's get the anti-collision wheel well light off. We are westbound now, so we'll change that over to the left. Whatever airline policy, it doesn't matter, whatever airline policy utilizes those roughly 50%, that's fine. We'll go ahead and get the rest of the fuel pumps on. I left the hydraulic pumps on, whoops. So I left that left inner fuel pump on, left the electric hydraulic pumps on, so oh well. But those are done. We can go ahead and get our pushback set up. And we don't want to move yet, but we can, nope. We don't want to move yet, but we can plan that pushback and just have it push us straight.
Airport level 012, frequency start contact Recife ground 1.85, have good flight, out.
Alright, we are ready to push as well. Let's just see what's going on behind us. We got one push just off to our right. Everybody else is behaving themselves. So, receive clearance Delta 514, information Delta on stand 14, we are ready to push.
Delta 514, frequency start contact Recife ground 121.85, have good flight, bye-bye.
Alright, 2185, Delta 514, thanks.
Just traffic.
Received ground. Delta 514 is on stand 14. We got information Delta. We're ready to push. We'll be pushing onto the mic.
Delta 514, hold position.
You're coming through real quiet. Say again.
Okay. Hold position, distraction in taxiway.
We will hold position. Delta 514.
O Samba FNO no 3 ao solo?
Na sua escuta, o 4000 no 3.
O 4 no 3 em cima, mais quanto tempo de destaque?
Alright, so we had said pushing at 10 till and off the ground at top of the hour. So that's fine. We have a little bit of a delay, we're okay.
Agente padrão, prossegue Mike até a barra da 36, o 4000 no 3 tá?
O Slant 3490, após a passagem do tráfego da companhia, autorizado pushback acionamento da esquerda, chama pronto táxi.
Esquerda após a planta 2490.
Ground go 1932, ready to attack.
Go 1932, hello, with the ground. And clear taxi via Mike position 19er.
Mike, gate 19er, go 1932.
Alright, so the one pushing immediately off to our right, and we got one taxiing in from our left, so I assume that is why we're holding here.
Gol 0756, copia?
Copio, 0756.
O Gol 0756, pushback acionamento autorizado, cauda à esquerda, faixa Mike, reporta pronto táxi.
Autorizado, pushback acionamento, cauda à esquerda.
Okay, so that one's turned in, so that one's no longer a factor. And if he's not going to push too much further back, we should be okay here, but we'll see what our ground controller says. It's up to them, obviously.
Delta 514, number 1 for pushback and turn up.
No problem, let us know. Yeah, so I think he's just holding us until the guy behind us is done pushing right back into our push space. Dude, the runway's ahead of you. Where are you going the wrong way?
Hello, we can start the fluid and tail left. Come ready for taxi.
Sheffield 001 and go around there for taxi, Portugal 010.
Beast Bars is with us. Hey, Slant says, I'm getting back into MSFS for flying on VATSIM. I've got 2020. Is 2024 stable enough or running smoothly? Yes. I finally switched over just within the last month. So this is Flight Sim 2024 that you're looking at here. And not only is it stabilized, did it fairly well stabilize after Sim Update number 4, which happened, I guess, November-ish. But at this point, pretty much all of our aircraft that we fly have been ported over as well. So yeah, it took me until about a month ago, but I have indeed transitioned over to all my flying on Flight Sim 2024 as of now. Now, that being said, I haven't noticed a huge difference between the two, so if you are happy with your 2020 installation, I wouldn't scramble to upgrade. But you certainly can, and it seems like it's working okay.
Recife ground. Go
And he says, great to hear. Thanks for your input and experience. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Confirm traffic, please.
Recife ground. Go 120, taxiing on Mike.
Go 120, hello. This is Recife ground. Continue taxi via Mike and wait for gate.
We'll continue on Mike and wait. Go 120.
Seems like it's TAM 3490 that we need to move. And by the way, I'm not calling him out like he's doing something wrong.
Autorizado táxi via Mike Charlie, ponto para 3, me ajuste 9093.
Mike Charlie, ponto.
He's not doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to figure out who it is I'm waiting for, just so I can anticipate once I hear their name. It might have been them, just them. No, maybe not. They're not rolling yet. Oh, yeah, they are. Okay, so we should be getting underway here just in a second. And we said pushing at 10 till and off the ground at top of the hour. So that conforms with our expectations. We're fine here. Let's just do a quick update to see if the ATIS is still Delta. Yeah, it is. The other thing he might do, if he's in a hurry to get these guys out, he's got one over my left shoulder and one kind of back in the alleyway off to my left, that he might want to rock before we get going. I don't know how long they've been waiting. Marcelo says that's something you probably don't see frequently. Would be a single taxiway for pushing arrivals and departures. Not as frequently. There's a handful of airports, and of course in VATUSA, of course you've got the big 20 or whatever, right? The big 20 airports that everyone flies to all the time. Those are pretty well fleshed out, big airports with lots of space to move around in. But there's plenty of smaller airports in the U.S. that have, tighter situations like this. They just don't see a lot of traffic because there are bigger ones to go into and out of. So yeah, we run into it, but not typically at our biggest class Bravos.
120, stand 10.
Go 120, stand 10. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Portugal 012, heavy request.
And Portugal 012, heavy. Jet taxi via Mike Charlie to hold chart 1836.
Yeah, he's getting all those guys rolling. So the guy that first over my left shoulder is a departure. He's rolling now. The guy behind him is an arrival, so he's waiting to get to that stand down to my right. And then the guy coming out of the alley, he should be rolling as well. Yeah, Marcelo says it makes it a little harder with more traffic. No, understood, but it's also like this ground controller is having a good time trying to do the logistics puzzle, right? Could he have had me push a few minutes ago? Probably, but then these guys all would be waiting. So instead of having 3 guys wait, he has 1 guy wait. It is what it is, man. This is what we signed up for tonight. So there's, as the final one passes by behind us, we should be just about ready to go now.
Confirmo.
Não recebo seu plano de voo. Por favor, tenta reenviar por gentileza.
Ok.
Delta 514.
Delta 514.
Delta 514, please charge the blue. Say your last in line. Tell me you're ready for our taxi.
Alright, we'll push on to Mike and we'll call you ready for taxi, Delta 514. Okay. Alright, we'll start with the number 2. Get the pack off. Ground start on.
Podendo agora com a Torre Recife 118.350. Boa noite, bom final de semana, até a próxima.
Frequência 118.350.
Okay, about 20%. Get the fuel in.
Igualmente.
Engine's coming up to speed. Everything is looking good, normal. Okay, we heard it click over. Everything on the right side back on. Everything on the left side comes off. And fired up. Wait till we get about 20% in. There we go.
Salve Recife, TAN 3961, enviou o plano de voo.
Parking brake is now reset. Done with that.
Agora sim, plano de voo recebido para Octópia.
And we're just going to turn to the right once we're ready. Fuel did get introduced. Yes, okay. We can jump up top, finish the electrical configuration. Packs can come back on. Bleed on. Engine electrical on. Okay, so now engines are supplying electricity. Engines are supplying circulation. We can go ahead and turn the APU off. We can go ahead and get the probe heat on as well. Come down here and we'll do a control surface check. We'll get flaps 5 sets. And we'll get 4.8 set in the trim. Wait for the flaps 5 to get set. Parking brake is off. Let's do a configuration check. Everything's looking good. All service flaps, trim, probe heat, config check. Yep, we're all good.
This bar 7 Mike Lima, hello, and this is a tip ground. Continue taxi via my position 15.
Mike position 15, feedback sound Mike.
And ground Delta 514 off stand 14 is ready.
Delta 514 clear taxi via my charge to hold chart runway 36 and H1013.
1013, Mike and Charlie, short of 36, Delta 514. Okay, taxi lights on, we're rolling. We're away from ramp, we'll get weather, terrain, do a brake check, brakes are good. Minimum departure is 13,250. We got plenty. TA and RA. Looks like we're about third in line. So when we take the runway, we'll get the strobes. When we get cleared for takeoff, we'll get all the forward-facing lights. We can get the taxi lights off now since we're joining the queue. So, I don't see anyone coming in, but that doesn't mean they aren't. And of course, there might be other reasons why they're not launching traffic at the moment. Okay, we got the taxi light off. I'll tell you what.
514. Contact 6 Tower 118 Decimal 350. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
1835 for Tower, Delta 514. We'll see you. Okay, yeah, there is one arriving there. Alright, I'm gonna change my B-Spars, does 2024 have an accurate VATSIM model matching app? It's the same. It's FSLTLs, kind of the same. It's I don't have it installed. Just because I had it installed. I copied it over from flights in 2020, but I had a bunch of missing textures. I am certain that's probably user error on my part, but but yeah, there is that same FSLTL works on both. It's not any better, not any worse. Right, I am going to adjust a couple of things here. In my taxi app flow list, because the TARA, that can be done down here. So what should we really be doing at the hold short?
Clear to land V6, M2669.
Transponder, TA, and RA. Cabin crew alerted, continuous ignition on, since we're going up to the top. So transponder TA and RA is down at the bottom, and then up at the top, cabin crew alerted and continuous ignition on.
Recife, o voo 0756, no ponto de espera da 36.
Gol 0756, Torre Recife, confirmação de Airport 720 final 76.
And then the lights.
Ah, perfeitamente. Estou vendo
okay, so that's better.
Fico no aguardo.
Gol 0756, pai, da passagem do tráfego, está autorizado a alinhar na pista 36.
Após a passagem do tráfego, alinhar, pista 36.
Yep, another arrival. Okay, so that way we're not prematurely... Okay, Marcella says the fly-by-wire installer did add support for 2020 and 2024, so you don't have to manually copy it anymore. Yeah, good. I was going to check into that because when I copied it over, I still had a lot of missing textures. So I'm kind of assuming that something went wrong with that on my side. So I was going to check to see if it now had a native installer. So that's good to know. Maybe something can get done this weekend. Alright, so number 2 for departure now. But yeah, so I've changed the flow list.
Vacation Fiat Juliet, contact ground on 121 decimal 5 half a good night. Bye-bye.
Change the flow list now, so the things that we should be doing at the whole short line, we are now going to do at the whole short line.
Go 0756 autorizado, decolagem pista 36, 137, no zero crash, pulsation na esquina, calma 73.
Well, we're still number 2, so we'll hold for now. It's now the top of the hour, so we're going to be getting underway just a little bit late. But that's okay, within 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes is on time, any airline will tell you that. Eisenberg is here. Joining us just in time for the beginning of leg number 2 tonight, too. Got started a little early because of the Let's Samba Friday Night Ops event. Brazil 2 hours ahead of U.S. Eastern Time Zone. So doing from 2200 to 0200 Zulu rather than the normal Friday Night Ops schedule time. By the way, our VATSIM, our Slant artwork adventure tonight is the furry co-pilots doing a little samba dancing and tambourine playing. I forget what Marcelo called that. He called it something else. And Marcelo did not know that tambourine was the English word for that. But yep, it has an English name, and that's what he's playing. But if you guys want to add something to that Slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And that'll get you in the queue. Once I call your name, you can let me know what you would like to do to add to or modify our Slant artwork adventure. Pandiero, that's what it was.
Tower, good day, Copa 14, fully established, RMP.
Portuguesa Pandiero.
Copa 2, Copa 420, clear, Slant 36, 010, secret 06, note, altimeter 1013.
Go ahead, runway 36, Copa 420.
Tower 10, 269, back with you, getting to cross.
Fast 266, line, maintain hot position, wait.
Okay, we're holding short, 10, 2669.
Gol 7756, decolada e 01 nota hora, controle Recife 6040. Tchau.
Looks like they should be able to get one out after this arrival. Maybe both of us. We'll see. Maybe both of us. At least one. Hoping so, at least. Hoping so. Ooh, they're bringing one in on a tight right base. Maybe not. I might be wrong about that. Kind of watching the approach controller do his work. I thought our next one in was that one, but he's now turning this one on a nice tight right base, so he may or may not be able to squeeze this out. We'll see. So there's the arrival.
Stop tier 1, 2, align maintain right 36.
Alright, we are indeed number 1 for departure now.
Copa 420 on the ground, CIP 04. Vacation way on next taxiway. After contact Recife, ground T121 decimal 85.
We'll make right at the end and contact ground 121.85, Copa 420. Thank you. So.
Alright, so we're
102690 approach right rate 36 and contact rate brush contact the Recife ground the 121 decimal 85.
Crossing 36 now, contact ground on the other side, 102669. Good evening.
Alright, so when the aircraft ahead gets clear to go, we'll go ahead and get everything secured on our end.
Clear takeoff rate 3620.
I was gonna say, he doesn't have a lot of time to play with. He's got somebody on final. Gotta get that guy rolling. Alright, so we are indeed number one. Let's go ahead and get our cabin secured.
Recife Tower, good evening, Admiral 45164 establish RMP runway.
Continuous ignition.
I'm 4506, nothing approaching, stay waiting.
Alright, so transponder, cabin crew's alerted, continuous ignition, and then we'll just get the lights. And that makes me feel better, doing some of the stuff at the whole short line that should be done at the whole short line rather than me cheating and doing it way early, especially when you're going to join a queue. It's like, okay, well then you don't need to have TA and RA and continuous ignition firing the entire time you're in the queue. You do that when you're at the whole short and reasonably assured that you're
4516, clear to land right 36.
Okay, so he's got two on final. He might have a gap in between. I can't quite tell the distances here.
Clear to land runway 361013.
We'll be ready to go in case he wants to squeeze us out, but I don't know how brave he is. Might be waiting for at least two arrivals here. Maybe even a third. He's got two on final. One coming off the left base. So we'll see. We'll see what they do with that one. I expect they're just going to bang that one straight in. Worst case, it looks like we've got a gap after that one unless there's somebody coming to the other side.
Thank you.
So worst case, 3 arrivals. I think we've got a space, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe he can squeeze us out after this one. Keep our fingers crossed he wants to rock us now. We're ready just in case. If he's not lining us onto the runway right now, I expect we're probably waiting.
RDO 456 on the ground at 08. Vacation on exact way. Adjust third. Contact Recife ground, progress 121 decimal 85. Have a
okay, so he's got the other Copa and he's got the Delta.
Army 4516, we're located on Mike and once located 12185. Thank you very much. Obrigado. Have a nice weekend. Thank you. Copa 246.
Copy reverse
26. Wind 101 load scan A1013.
Sorry, can you repeat that for Copa 246? Thank you.
Yeah, the tower controller's a little touch difficult to understand.
246 didn't hear you earlier. Did you say clear to land?
Yeah, Copa 246, clear to land 2836, altimeter 1013.
Clear to land 36, altimeter 1013. Thank you so much.
There's a delta right on his heels, and then we should have a space. Even by conservative measures, we should have a space after delta. Oh, Marcelo, I know, man, I know. I've done enough events at DCA to know, and DCA is technically not single runway, but it runs like it is in many cases. So, don't worry, man, I get it. I get it. The approach controller's not giving him a lot of gap. You know, and if they did, they'd be backing up their arrivals. So you know, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. You either back up the arrivals or you back up the departures. That doesn't look like the most stable approach.
Delta 514, alignment maintain right 36.
We're lining up and waiting runway 36, Delta 514. He's going to get us out.
Copper 246 from the ground yet, the vacation next right taxiway after contacting Recife ground on frequency 121.5. Bye-bye.
Head over to ground 13185, go 46, thank you.
Alright, we're ready.
Delta 514, clear to take off rate 36, weight 010, degree 06, low, altimeter 1013.
Alright, 1013, clear for takeoff 36, Delta 514, rolling. Alright, pin the nose wheel down to the pavement until we get the 80 knot call.
Airspeed's alive. 80 knots.
Alright, there we are. We can release the forward pressure.
V1 rotate.
Alright, nose coming up.
Positive rate of climb.
Okay, we'll pitch to maintain the bug speed. Take that up to 1,000. Okay, there we go. Okay, flaps can start coming in. Okay, I got a warning for fuel just because the center tanks are empty. That's no big deal. To 0.4, we're pretty sure. There's our departure. I don't see anything about automatically contacting departure, but I'm going to go ahead and do it at this point. Received departure Delta 514 is passing 5,000 going to 8. Received departure Delta 514. is 6,800 going to 8,000.
Delta 514, radar contact on departure, climb flight level. Climb flight level 340 via departure.
Up to 340 via the departure, Delta 514. Okay, so via the departure means we're still bound by the constraints, 8,000 at ANDOX, or 080 rather, at ANDOX. So even though I put the dial up, it's going to hold us at 080 at ANDOX. And we're going to let it keep that restriction because he did say via the SID. Okay, we're going to cancel the auto brake, we're going to depressurize gear, and continuous ignition can come off. And flaps are up. What was that porter's name? That was it 340? Was it 246? CMP 246.
Good evening, Delta 419, vacated runway left via Foxtrot.
Delta 419, I apologize, you on the control frequency, contact ground on, let me just confirm here, 121.85.
121.85, my apologies, thank you, Delta 419.
No worries.
Alright, we are airborne. We are passing that ANDOX. We're now climbing again. We're going to go ahead and set the map range up a little bit. We're through 10,000, so we can get some forward-facing lights off. And we can do a pressurization check. We can also kind of alert the cabin crew. Pressurization check. The differential pressure should be about 1/3 of the way up at 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up at 18,000, and then all the way up at cruise, and it should be showing at a reasonable level for the stage, and should be climbing at a reasonable rate. So all that's looking good.
Confirme pro azul, 3101, 3.000 pés.
Ativo 3.000 pés, 3.000, 3.000.
3.000, 3.000.
All right.
3101, direita, direto Sierra Alpha, Tango Mike Alpha, tático, está autorizado RC.
Wait a minute. We are airborne. We got airborne. What about maybe about 15 minutes after intended? So the event technically goes another 45 minutes. I think at this point our flight probably goes another hour or so. So we'll see. We'll see if we can squeak it down before the event ends. Also need to do a little liquid recycling. So obviously we got the stream started early, but we're coming up on what normally would be my intermission time. And yeah, my body is feeling that. We're due for a little liquid out, and we're definitely due for a little liquid in also. Yeah, we got touch left in it. Touch left in there. Now that's gone. Okay. So we'll see if maybe we can get permission to step out. Control Delta 514, will we be able to step out for just about 2 minutes?
Delta 514, contact center 134.8, then you can request that things go with the easier for you.
All right, 34.8. We'll make the request with them. Thanks, Delta 514.
See you, have a good flight.
I figured that's what his response was going to be, but I didn't know how high up the TRACON sector went here. 34.8. Well, a whole bunch of people talking on that channel.
And contact approach 120.4. Descend to 12,000 and contact 120.4, Air India 4501.
Recife, November 260 Delta Victor, está 1 minuto do ideal de corrida.
O November 260 Delta Victor.
I love there's a Delta Victor flying around with us again. Everywhere I go, there's somebody else flying with a call sign that ends in Delta Victor these days. It's becoming very popular. It's very trendy. Or trendsetting. Recife Center Delta 514 is a 16,000. Correction, flight level 165, climbing 340.
Delta 514, Recife, good evening. Radar contact, flight level 340.
340, roger, Delta 514. Am I able to step out for about 3 minutes also?
Yes, sir.
I'll let you know when I'm back. Thanks so much. Alright, back in a few, guys.
Roger.
And where's my mute button? There it is.
Portão 4613, prepara a chegada Tenube 1 Alfa, prepare LS X-Ray no 3.
Tenube 1 Alfa com X-Ray da cabeceira no 3, informa que já está próximo do ideal desse.
Portão 4613, desce nível 150.
Quadro no ideal, desce inicialmente 150, 4 no 3.
Delta 816, descent flight level 120, cancel speed restrictions and contact approach 120.4.
Listen to 120, cancel speed restriction and contact 120.4, Delta 8160.
Giant 92, descent flight level 120.
Descent flight level 120, Giant 92.
And Santa 9 to cancel speed restrictions and contact approach 120.4.
Cancel speed restrictions and contact 120.4. Have a good one and thanks for the event, China 92.
I set it up to 514. We're back on.
Who called?
Delta 514. We're back on.
Okay.
Those are usually only for the good puppies, but tonight they're for anybody with a pulse.
Muito boa noite. Sobe nível 340.
Yeah. It took me a little bit longer than I thought, so I kind of wanted to jump back on, report back in quickly in case he was waiting to hand me off or sequence me or something. But it seems like everything is fine. So ordinarily at 18 I would have done another climb check. Pressurization's about 2/3 of the way up. Still, cabin altitude still at a reasonable level, 4,000, and climbing at a normal rate, so we're good there.
Alright. 20 miles out, tank is super off, 1.03.
Lufthansa 511 Heavy, Recife, good evening, radar contact, Precision 5.
We're back with you, and appreciate you riding along as we do our Let's Samba Friday Night Ops event. Friday Night Ops is our weekly VATUSA massive crazy events. They can be at least. And every now and then our VATUSA events coordinators will coordinate with an outside division, in this case VATSIM Brazil, to provide air traffic control coverage somewhere that we don't fly, somewhere other than our top 25 Class Bravo airports in the U.S. and give us something new to do, some new accents to hear, some new procedures to follow. So we really appreciate those opportunities. As a matter of fact, on 27th of February, we've got another one of those coming up. We're going to be in the Caribbean, teamed up with the VATSIM Caribbean Division. So we always enjoy those, and thank you to everybody that's been providing us air traffic control services from the VATSIM Brazil Division tonight. Several from the Middle East, I'll say, have been in the chat with us, so we truly appreciate that as well. And always gives us a new and unique challenge, so we love that. We got that Caribbean one coming up. I'm going to fly the BAE 146 for those. And we're in the PMDG 737-800 series for this one. I guess I'll give you an outside view of the 737-800 from PMDG. There we go. Yeah, Melvin Leroy, you do a lot more international flying than I do. But yeah, always a great place to fly. And Marcellus says, always a pleasure to have the FNO. Yeah, and so the catch was, right? The catch was Brazil is 2 hours ahead of U.S. Eastern. So that meant you guys had to push the start time back just a little bit earlier than what we're normally used to. And of course, our West Coast VATUSA participants, that probably was a little bit too early for them. I got off work an hour early to come home and get ready for this one. I started at 5 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. So that's 2 p.m. Pacific time. So that's a little early for those guys, I think, on the West Coast. That, I think, plus being outside the U.S. might have limited the traffic to a slightly more reasonable level, but it sounds like you guys, still getting a good amount of traffic and having to do some sequencing and vectoring, and our tower controller obviously was doing his best to work arrivals and departures in and out at the same time using a single runway. So yeah, seems like the traffic level is right about where it needs to be, and the Friday night ops is synonymous with the occasional delay. So. Doing good though. All right, 340, still got a few to go. Let's start. Let's just get yeah, pretty much the perfect amount, says Marcelo. Busy but not completely insane. That was the sense I got of it as well. So good to hear that was your take on it as well. So we're done with the receive charts. We can unpin the parking spots. We can unpin the airport diagram. We can unpin the departure. It's Tenube. Let's double check that these correct points are in. Let's double check that the height restrictions, flight level 070, 4,200 are in. And then FZ027 should lead into our approach. So let's just make sure all these points are in. It is an ILS, so we're going to have frequencies to tune as well. Missed approach is ASNEC, which is an RNAV missed approach, so we don't have a missed approach frequency and course to set, but we do have a frequency and course to set for the ILS beacon itself. We've got the minimums to set. We've got the procedure to verify in the FMC. So I guess first thing to do, really before we do any of that, is let's get an updated ATIS information. Make sure nothing has changed. ILS X-ray runway 13, landing 13, departing 13. Flight level 055 is the transition. 1006, so a very slight left to right. 1013 is the local altimeter, so again, just the same as the standard. That pre-armed. So we'll go through the approach. The frequency 110.3 and 126. We can go ahead and get those things dialed in now. .3. So 110.3 and 126. Again, there's no missed approach frequency and course to tune because it is an RNAV only missed approach. Let's go into the FMC and make sure that everything is here correctly for the arrival. Tenube 019 379 059. 059 is where we got the 7,000 or above. 027 is where we got 4,200 or above, and this is where we then join the approach. Don P and then brace 3,000 and then 1710 and then the runway, so we can put the runway 13. We'll copy that, we'll put it in the fixed page, we'll put a 4-mile and a 10-mile ring around it. We didn't talk about the 4 and 10-mile rings last time, but these are just situational awareness rings. Number one, it just helps you be able to see the airport better on the nav display when you're zoomed out. But the other thing that the 4-mile and 10-mile fixed rings do for you, and I imagine it's company's procedure specific to a certain extent. However, I imagine that company procedure does not vary too much on this point. By the time you cross that 10-mile ring on your final approach, that is the latest point at which you should start configuring for arrival. So at the very least, your first knots of flaps should be deployed by the time you cross that 10-mile fixed ring. By the time you cross the 4-mile fixed ring, that is the latest point by which you should be fully configured for landing. So you should be at your landing, your gear extended, and landing flaps set and slowing to your the approach speed by the time you cross over that 4-mile ring. And then when you get to about the 500 call is when you can start to slow it from the approach to VREF. But the 10-mile ring is when you should start configuring for arrival if you haven't already, and the 4-mile ring is when you should be fully configured for arrival if you aren't already. So those are kind of two checkpoints on the final approach that you can set up and just have that nav display provide those visual reminders for you. And again, I assume that's company operator specific, but I imagine a lot of them are pretty similar. Coming up on our...
514, you can expect the Loop 1 Alpha arrival. You can expect ILS X-ray 13.
Okay, the 10-1 Alpha and ILS X-ray 13, Delta 514. Yep, that's what we got in there. So we're at cruise now. Seatbelt signs can come off. We're almost at cruise. We're just about arriving there. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have arrived at our cruise altitude of 34,000 feet. We have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, and the cabin crew is now going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and some home-cooked prato feito. So do enjoy that. We will give you an update into Fortaleza about the weather situation once we are getting ready to start our descent there. We did get airborne maybe about 10 to 15 minutes late, I don't recall. But we'll do our best to make up that time, and we'll give you an update on the timing once we are getting ready to start our descent, plus update, as I said, on the weather situation there at our destination. Thanks again for flying with us on Delta Airlines. All right, so final thing to do at cruise is our final cruise check. Yep, so the cabin altitude is sitting at a reasonable rate and it's leveling off, so no longer climbing. 7,000 feet perceived cabin altitude based on the air density in the cabin, which is fine. And then the differential pressure should be right up under the red marks. Again, 10,000 usually about here, 18,000 is usually about here, and then at cruise it usually sits about there. So all those arrows are pointing where you expect them to point, and you're still breathing, that's usually a good thing. Let's do a quick weather summary at Fortaleza. Light winds, partly cloudy skies, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And how are we doing fuel-wise? Yeah, a little less in the left tank than the right tank, but no big deal there. I mean, if we want to be super picky, we can run the right tanks down just a little bit.
proa 150.
Vai 232 pro 0 e imediato.
O Varig 238 desce nível 150.
Descendo para 150.
All right, there we go. So we're rebalanced. Again, that was probably not worth doing. It was such a minor imbalance, probably not worth doing. Okay, there we go. Very, very close now. Did that work, by the way, when I did that? Yeah.
O Varig 238 dá presente, então proa 180.
Let's not forget our Slant artwork adventure, by the way. Our Slant artwork adventure. And those of you new or haven't been here in a while, our Slant artwork adventure, for each stream I feed a one-sentence image description into ChatGPT to have it make an image that's roughly related to what we're doing that night. And then when I show you that on stream, you can then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the Alphabet serial icon, you got the button next to that that tells you how many of those you have. And click on that button to cash in 500 of those and then put you in the queue. Once I call your name, then you can tell me how you would like to add to or modify that Slant artwork adventure image. Just tell me in the chat what you want to do, and I'll feed it into ChatGPT and we'll see. So we've got the furry co-pilots Keely and Mozzie doing a little samba dancing. What was it called? It was called a pandeiro. Mozzie banging on a pandeiro while they're doing some samba dancing. Now, we would call that tambourine in the States, but...
We lost connection there. We started our descent. Now we're up
But there you go. If you want to modify or add to that image, you can cash in 500 Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Let me know what you'd like to do. Our Slant artwork adventure.
But no descent, and apologies. I lost connection. Didn't realize it had already started my descent.
Walker 1341, descent flight level 150.
Say again, the flight level, Walker 1341.
Walker 1341, descent flight level 150.
Thank you, 150, Walker 1341.
All right.
Recife, o pastor 98 no regresso.
Graças.
All right, so we said probably 9:15 Eastern time we would be down, and I'm thinking now with the additional delay getting off, maybe 9:30 Eastern time. That's not too bad though. 4.5 hours for a two-hopper, that's typical on this stream. It just feels weird because we started so early and we're going to be ending so early. I'm like, really, I probably should do a third flight. But weird, we've done 2 flights and the wife's still awake.
Hello, Center. This is Aeromexico 249 Foxtrot. We are at Recife, holding short runway 36, ready for departure.
Aeromexico 249 Foxtrot, Recife, good evening. Are you ready for immediate takeoff?
That is affirmative for an immediate takeoff. We are ready.
American 249 Foxtrot,
so if our center controller is handling runway clearances at Recife, they must be starting to staff down. The event technically ends 15 minutes from now. I kind of figured with our delay we weren't going to get all the way to our destination.
November 260 Delta Victor Centro Recife, continua aproximação a partir da sua frente.
With the event staffing still in place, but
o November 260 Delta Victor Centro Recife, gente, continua aproximação.
So we're 20 miles from our top of descent. I'm going to go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on, and we'll start giving a passenger briefing, but we have not been cleared to start down yet, so I'll confirm that with the center controller here in just a moment. But let's get a updated. Yeah, we're still on information Delta, so nothing's changed there. Partly cloudy skies, light winds, and 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 27 Celsius. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We are just about to start our descent into Fortaleza, so we have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs and ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The cabin crew will come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. The weather there at our destination is showing with partly cloudy skies, very light winds, and temperatures 27 Celsius, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. We do expect to be on the ground probably about 40 minutes from now, possibly there by the bottom of the upcoming hour. A little bit of a delay from our initial schedule, but we'll get there as quickly and as safely as we can, and we do thank you for flying along with us on Delta. Flight 514, service to Fortaleza. Alright, see if we can get clearance to start down, and then let's put in our local frequencies just in case they are still there. When we get there, 129.0 is the tower. And then is there a ground frequency still on? No, the ground's gone. Approach.
Control, this is Aeromexico 249 Foxtrot with you, climbing 3,400, climbing to flight level 380.
Looking like 133.0 over there.
Aeromexico 249 Foxtrot, radar contact, climb flight level 380.
Roger, we are on radar contact, climbing to flight level 380.
So 133.0, 129.0. And then we'll see if we can see if we can get clearance to start down. Mad Noob, yeah, I'll give you an update on that situation here in just a bit. It's telling us it wants us to. Here's the trick, guys. The FMC is telling you, hey, it's time to descend. You need to lower that number. Well, guess what we can't do? We can't lower that number until center tells us it's okay to. I think a lot of beginning VATSIM pilots see that and they're like, oh, well, that's right, I got to spin this down. Yeah, don't do that unless you've been cleared to do that. Center Delta 514 will be able to start a descent.
Delta 3548, puxa estacionamento autorizado. O TAM 3961 chama Centro Recife, 124 decimal 25.
Yeah, and after top of descent, it slows you down automatically. You don't want it to do that either.
Delta 415, descent flight level 150.
Was that for 415 or 514?
Delta 514, yeah, descent flight level 150.
Right down to 150, that's 514.
O Azul 2642 prepara a chegada, temos no Alfa, prepare.
Sturtle's back. Alright, so we do have it now descending. And it is in VNAV, and I guess it's going to try and catch up a 3,700 foot deficit there. Flights have been good. The traffic levels have been busy but not insane. This is leg number 2 of 2. And yeah, the first landing was excellent. I felt really good about it. I was chasing glide slope and localizer a little bit on final, but I felt the touchdown itself was really, really nice. And service has been really good. They've been busy but not crazy busy. Of course, it's single runway. Fields everywhere, so we did have a little bit of a delay getting out on our second leg, but not too bad. And we could, pleasantly surprised that they squeezed us out in a little gap there. So yeah, it worked out nicely, and we're just getting ready to start our descent into our second and final destination. Now, Mad Noob had asked about the wings flights. So I started the wings flights. And then I got in touch with the administrator of the wings flights for a different reason. In my official capacity with VATSIM, I was asking him something about the wings flights, and he happened to mention, oh, hey, by the way, we're getting ready to do a rewrite on those because we've been through a lot of the lessons have had to change because certain nav aids are no longer there. We're changing the focus away from radio-based navigation. We're kind of embracing that the lessons do need to kind of cover a little bit more of RNAV type navigation, so they're getting a little bit of a refresh. And so Mad Noob, I didn't want to do the entire series and then have it become obsolete like 2 or 3 months from now. So we've kind of just put all that on hold. We're changing focus on the stream to knock out the Atlanta and Hawaii pilot passport challenges. Of course, we'll be starting our river run series. Up in the Yukon River coming up, not too soon on that because 330 Delta 514, thanks. Not want to start that too soon because of course it's very cold still up in Alaska. But we've got some things to work on before we get back to the wings flights. But we're going to wait until they do that refresh, and then I'll be one of the first one to go through that series once those rewrites are published. So. I just didn't want to do all of them or half of them and then have them kind of come out with new versions and be like, oh, well, okay, guess I need to start over. So that's where that stands. Fortaleza Control, Delta 514. We got information Delta, and we're 241 descending 150.
Delta 514, hello, Fortaleza Control, descending maintain flight level 070, fly direct to Foxtrot Zulu 027, next expect LSX Ray, runway 13.
Alright, Foxtrot Zulu 027 and down to flight level 70, and we'll expect the ILS X-ray 13, Delta 514. Okay, nice little direct there. So it's recalculated the path. It still feels like we're about 3,700 feet behind the vertical profile. We did not get any kind of a speed restriction on that, so we are still good. So Mad Noob, it depends on what your goals are. If your goals are to do the program after they change it, then yeah, I'd wait. If your goal is to complete it now, then yeah, keep plowing through it. I mean, the only reason I'm waiting is because I'm recording that for others to use as guides. And it doesn't make sense for me to let others use guides that are no longer relevant or similar. But if your goal is to go through the program and learn from it, You can do that now, or you can do that later. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say that there's no value in doing it now. Yeah, right. You can do it. Yeah, your goal is to complete the whole thing. That goal doesn't change, right? My goal is having a guide that is useful for others to replicate. My goal is different than your goal. Gabriel Facundo is giving us a follow. Good to see you, Gabriel. Gabriel. However you prefer to say it. I'm sure I've butchered it regardless, and good to have you here either way. It still thinks it's 3,500 above the vertical profile it wants to do. I don't know if we should help it. I mean, at this point, we're not even really... We're not descending via the arrival or anything like that. We can just kind of decide on our own when to get it down. Let's do a full approach briefing, by the way. I don't think we ever really did that. Approach frequency and course was set. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. It's an RNAV. Missed approach altitude. So it's straight to 25 and then a left to 42. Okay, straight to 25, left to 42 for the missed. I don't know if I ever... Yeah, 25 and then 42. Okay, so that's good. All in there correct. Minimums 283.
Delta 514, descend 5 Delta, QNH 1013.
Alright, down to 5,000, QNH 1013, Delta 514. Okay, so that's now an altitude with a locally calibrated altimeter. The other thing, though, is we are going to need to slow it down below 10,000. So I'm going to reduce the vertical speed here. However, we're also going to help it slow down. Forward facing lights can all come on.
Buenas, sente chama torre na 290, que boa. Chama torre na 290.
Anyway, so the minimums we said were 283. We'll get that set.
Good evening, this is Golf Lima Oscar 736 with you.
I think I'm going to put it just back into a vertical speed of 1,500 or so.
Hello, the control for the maintain to level 390, no restrictions.
Roger, follow instruction. We're trying to find out 390.
Approach frequency and course set. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach altitude straight to 25, left to 42. Legs were set and rings were set into the FMC, as we can see plainly right now. V speeds, I don't think I even did that. Let's go and do initialization. We're going to do flaps 30 at 147. So the V approach would be 152. So 52 and 47 for approach references. Minimums of 283 sets, ceiling and visibility. We talked about the bases at 2,000, so we might have some visibility on the intercept, but we should be in plain sight of the runway on final, hopefully. A very slight right to left, correction, left to right crosswind. And then where are we turning off? Terminal's down to the right. We're landing 1-3, so we'll vacate off to the right. 9,000 feet. We're not going to make it off by Charlie, so we'll plan to make it off by Delta, which looks to be... Alright, 4,200, clear for the ILS X-ray approach, and we'll report on final Delta 514. Alright, we'll help it stay slow. We're gonna need to help it. We're gonna need to start getting some drag out here. So yeah, 9,000 foot runway. We're gonna stop at 6,000. We're gonna just use a kind of a max auto brake number 2 there. That's gonna be fine. We're going to have plenty of stopping distance. And since we're coming up on the terminal airspace, we're going to go ahead and start getting it slowed down even more. And then once we are able to, we're going to start getting flaps in. So 4,200 should intercept right here at the reference point where we are assigned for, where the restriction is 4,200. So it looks like we're doing good. We're just going to need to start getting some drag involved. It's a little bit early, guys, but you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know they give me the descent rate either way. And closest predictor to get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. We'll pull that on February the 27th. We'll also have a special giveaway on February the 27th. To celebrate 2,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel. Alright, so we got the gear coming out to help us slow down. Spoilers are going to get stowed. We're going to start bringing flaps in, so below 250 we can actually go flaps 5. Okay, now after... Yeah, after that reference point, we can keep it going down to 3,000. All right, gears out under 210, we can do flaps 10. Since we're about to intercept, I'm going to kind of bring it down to about 170. We'll keep 170 to 5. After Don P, we're going to just join the approach. So we're at 170. We'll go flaps 15. Let's get continuous ignition on. Let's alert the cabin crew. Okay, we are on glide slope. I can now set missed approach altitude 4,200. Okay, I got the runway in sight as well. Alright, what do you think, guys? Can I take over manually? Oh, we need to arm the spoilers. Alright, let me match the throttles. Auto throttle off. Autopilot off. My airplane, heaven help us. And then at 5 miles, we'll bring it down to 152. And landing flaps. Alright, friends, keep those predictions coming in the chat. No bot command, positive or negative number. Your closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. February 27th is the next drawing. We're 160. We want to be at 170 to 5. Yeah, we're within 5. We're within 5 now. We can go ahead and slow it to 152. Oh, sorry, we Delta 514. We are established on final.
Delta 514, connect over 129er, Delta 10, bye-bye. 129.0, Delta 514. Yeah, he asked me to report that and I forgot. Fortaleza Tower, Delta 514, 4 out for runway 13. Delta 514, hello, this is Fortaleza Tower, good evening. You're correct to land, we're runway 13, wind is 100 degrees, 0 takeoff, KNH 1013.
I copy the weather and wind, and we're clear to land 13, Delta 514. Alright. 152. Slowing down too much here. Alright, gears down and green, landing flaps set and checked. Missed approach altitude 4,200 set. We are clear to land. And,
1,000.
we just got to get back onto the glide slope now. So chasing the glide again. I got behind the airplane on the first approach. Got behind the airplane on this approach. We're good now. We're chasing the speed, chasing the glide. Localizer's looking good.
500. 400.
Keep the final approach speed now. Okay, now we're doing okay.
3593, autorizado São Luís, instrumentos, nível de voo 340, volta ao plano de voo, atenção
approaching minimums, sync rate.
Yeah, chasing the glide slope the entire way down. Not very stable.
50, 40, 30, 20. Airspeed low.
Not very stable, but hey, you know what? Was it a left hand? Yeah, we'll go one more. Not very stable. But we survived. So yeah, I just kind of got behind. I was transitioning from the the 170 at 5 to the landing configuration, and I just got behind and was chasing the glide slope all over the place. So probably a very, very unstable approach, but we got it good enough to set it down in the sim world. On the real world, we would have been probably failed and tarred and feathered. If you want to see a good approach in landing, watch the first one.
Delta 514 on the ground F09 to taxi via Golf, Juliet to Echo, hold short to cross runway.
Golf, I'm sorry, yes, say that again for Delta 514.
Golf, Juliet, and Echo, hold short Echo to cross runway.
Alright, Golf, Juliet, and Echo will hold short runway 135, Delta 514. So yeah, it was a right-hand turnoff, but I didn't make it off in time for the right-hand turnoff.
Torre Fortaleza, boa noite, plano de voo recebida. Está autorizado São Luís, instrumentos no nível de voo 340, pista 103, perfil de saídas alvo 2 alfa.
Alright, well, let's start the cleanup. We can get flaps, spoilers, flight directors, minimums reset. Continuous ignition, the landing lights off. Turn off lights off, we'll leave the taxi light on, we'll go ahead and get the APU started. Continuous ignition off. That's not the one we meant. That can go just to steady. I think we can jump up top here. We can get windshield heat and probes off. What else? Did I get everything? Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen, continuous ignition, weather and terrain. That's one I forgot. Weather radar. Terrain radar. Flight directors, auto brake, I think it did. Minimums, transponder, lights and APU. Okay, we're good. So crossing Echo, it looks like we joined Charlie on the other side, and then we'll see if they want to give us a gate or do they care.
Delta 514, Fortaleza Tower.
Delta 514.
Delta 514, cross runway 13, vacate via Charlie.
Cross 13, vacate via Charlie. That's 514. Charlie's going to be the slight left here. Yeah, and let's make sure we get all the way across, and then we'll stop, and it looks like we're going to make a right.
Azul 26, Fortaleza, autorizado pouso, pista no 3, o vento de 190 graus, 069, QNH 1013. Delta 514, taxi via Charlie, Alpha Lima, apron 2, position your discretion.
Alright, Charlie, Alpha, Lima, we'll join apron 2 and the gates our discretion. Delta 514, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, have a nice night.
Alright, so Alpha, and then left on Lima, and then we can just choose any gate. So CB Flyer says it was better than a Ryanair landing. Well, not really. It was way less stable than a Ryanair landing, but it was still a smoother touchdown than a Ryanair landing. They at least fly a good stable approach until they smack it into the ground. Yeah, and again, a little bit of a missing building situation here. Oh well. Alright, well, I'm going to go ahead and get the taxi light off. Yeah, so lesson learned was I was just behind the airplane, in particular when it came to transitioning from the 170 to 5, and then once we got inside that 4-mile ring and we were slowing the final approach, getting landing flaps and getting down to our final approach speed, that was when all of that came on me at once, and I wasn't really prepared, and I was then therefore just kind of chasing power settings, over-correcting the power settings, chasing the glide slope, and so forth. So that's kind of where it went wrong. I mean, it didn't go horribly wrong. We put the plane down in one piece, but it surely did not look as nice and pretty and stable and well executed and professionally executed as our first landing did. So I was much more proud of that one. But okay, hey, it's still a successful night, still a fun evening away from our normal stops, and with great service from a set of controllers that we don't get to work with too often. So appreciated it on all of those levels. Alright, let's go ahead and get the turnaround checklist done, although we are closing it up for the night after that, but we're going to at least just follow the turnaround steps for starters. So we'll get the APU handling electricity. We'll get the APU handling... Oh, I left the bleeds on, I guess. So we'll get the APU handling electricity, APU handling air conditioning. Get the engine bleeds off. And then we can go ahead and shut the engine down. We have the engines, plural, down.
Do 2000, fase 2, taxa autorizada via Delta, Alfa, Lima, parte 2, posição critério.
Alright. We can come up top. No, I don't want Microsoft Search. Get that off my screen. We can shut down the fuel pumps except for the left inner. I don't want that. I don't want the. I don't know why that Microsoft Search box is chasing me around. I don't want it. Fuel pumps, electric hydraulic pumps can come off. And then we'll turn the packs off as well, as we are going to switch over to ground AC here in just a moment. Anti-collision light can come off, wheel well light can come on. The seatbelt signs and chime can come off. Jump down to the bottom, let's go to the menu, let's go to FS Actions, Ground Services, let's get wheel chocks on, and then let's go ahead and get ground power, ground air conditioning. Let's go back, we can get some doors open. Just want to open it. I don't do all that fancy stuff. That's not my problem. That's my cabin crew's problem. It's arming and disarming of stuff. Let's just get all that stuff open and the front entry door open. And we can come down and set the transponder back to standby, and we can get all the numbers dialed out. So just 2000 on standby. Let's jump up top here and get the ground power bus on. So with ground power on, we can now Yeah, we got ground power, ground AC. We can now shut the APU off. And the APU off and the final fuel pump off. Seb, part of 2 is here. Seb, yeah, we're closing up for the night. We got started early because we were flying in the Brazilian Friday Night Ops event. Time zone differences meant that they started that a little bit earlier than normal, so we did a nice 2-hopper down here in Brazil, and we're just about to close up shop. Let's see how we did in terms of flight time and fuel estimates. We did make a timing adjustment, but then we wound up getting down here kind of when we said, 9:15. And what do we got left in the tanks? If it's somewhere around 11.3, then we're golden. That's just a little less than that. 10.6, yeah. So I might have to up these fuel consumption numbers yet. We were 200 pounds short on the first leg, and now we're up to 700 pounds short overall. So I might have to up the consumption numbers a little bit. I think my numbers came from the 737-700, and this is just a bigger, heavier airplane. So it consumes just a little bit more fuel than its junior version does. So we'll just have to bump those numbers up just a tiny bit, and we'll continue to dial those in. The more flights I do in this thing, the more accurate those numbers will get. In terms of your predictions, well, when we finally did set it down, we set it down slightly sideways, but down nonetheless, and the value is 146. Yeah, wait until I get to 900, right? So 146 was the number that was registered, and it looks like we got Iowa Scotsman with his normal guess of 143. He's going to get the landing rate raffle entry for this evening. So Iowa Scotsman. At SBFZ on to, what is it, the 6th of February. All right, and the next raffle gets pulled on February the 27th, by the way. February the 27th also will be our special magical celebration of 2,000 Twitch followers, not Twitch followers, 2,000 YouTube subscribers. So we'll celebrate that on the 27th. We'll do a couple of landings, we'll do the landing rate raffle drawing that night, but the landings that happen that night will be scored 0 to 500 based on how close you guys get. Over the course of the 2 landings, we'll take the top 3, we'll give you prizes. That sort of thing. We haven't done one of those style giveaway nights in a while, but that's going to be the program on February the 27th. So there you go. We'll hope that you'll be able to join for that, and we'll, of course, we'll pull our raffle winner that night as well. Strudels came in a little bit late, but you were not the winner anyway, so all good. All right, well, let's assume everyone's been kicked off the plane at this point. Let's go ahead and finish the electrical shutdown. We can get the emergency lights unguarded and off. Yaw damper switch can come off. The IRS knobs can come off. Logo position and wheel well lights can come off. Ground power bus can come off. And battery can come off. We then can close all the doors and hatches. If we can get back there, press and hold the menu there. Get back to FS actions. We'll get the doors all closed. Yeah, obviously we would close the entry door after we left the airplane, but go ahead and select it closed now. And no, I don't want to do any of that. We'll just leave it closed. Okay, very good. And so that'll do us. We'll disconnect the ground power. We'll disconnect the ground AC. We'll leave the wheel chocks where they are. And we'll go ahead and call it a night. All right, well, that'll do it, friends. I know a little earlier than you're used to seeing me close up shop here, but Got the stream started 2 hours early. Again, the Let's Samba Friday night's ops event. And there we are. So thanks again to all of the controllers from the VATSIM British Division for staffing up this evening. We got to visit all 3 featured fields and had a nice nice flight in both regards there. Anyway, sorry. Got distracted by the radio. With the power of the airplane's off, the radio should be off. But anyway, yeah, no, great time. Yeah, Marcella says I was jumping around Discords, missed the landing. Thanks, always a pleasure. Well, you missed a. I'll tell you what, you missed a reasonably okay touchdown after a reasonably unstable approach. What you want to do, if you want to see the landing, wind it back to the very middle of the stream. It inexplicably, the landing occurred right in the middle of the stream. That's where you'll want to watch it. Don't disregard that whole second half. But anyway, no, it was a good time, and yeah, as Iowa Scotsman intimates, it wasn't the worst. Wasn't the best, wasn't the worst, but it was a good time either way. All right, well, our show schedule, we're back on our normal schedule. No, we're not even. Back on our normal time, at least, on Monday. Well, what do we got here? So Monday, we're on Monday, Thursday, Friday next week, although we will be a 7 p.m. start for all of those. So we're back at our normal time. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday is our normal schedule. Monday, Thursday, Friday will be our schedule next week. But the Monday night stream is going to be a up and back from LaGuardia to Moncton. It's a Moncton Monday event. We're going to do a little bit of a fictional regional shuttle hop from LaGuardia up to Moncton, and then Moncton we're going to turn around and come right back to LaGuardia. Well, LaGuardia's got some fun charted visual approach procedures. We'll see if we can get one, or if we don't have any air traffic control, we'll kind of determine one on our own to decide to fly on in that Just Light BAE 146. And all of these planes, by the way, are working fantastic in flights in 2024. We got this, the PMDG 737-800 series. By the way, I intended to get the Boris Audio Works sound pack for tonight. I did not manage to make that happen, but we'll get that in and installed for you for next time in this aircraft. But we got this, we got the BAE 146, and then we've got the Lear 35 from Fly Somewhere, which I'm really starting to fall back in love with now that I'm starting to understand its quirks a little bit better. And by the way, when I say quirks, it's the aircraft's quirks, which are accurately represented in the sim. The software, the Fly Somewhere, very, very high quality product. So if you don't have it and you're looking for something that's kind of a vintage / modern hybrid, great little jet to get. It just takes some time to figure out how to land the thing. But once you get that down, once you start to get to understand it, it's a joy to fly. It's a joy to fly. It's dicey to land, but now it's starting to get a little less dicey to land. But then the A2A Comanche, the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche, that's our force. So that's our hangar right now. Is the A2A Comanche, the Lear 35 from Fly Somewhere, the Just Light BAE 146, and then the PMDG 737-800 series. And so that's our rotation. We also do some VATSIM air traffic control on the channel, so that's something you can see here. And again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday is our normal show schedule, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which during the winter months here in the States is midnight Zulu on the day ahead. So that's our normal show schedule. Monday, Thursday, Friday next week, however, as we mentioned before, we had a special event coming up on Thursday. I'll let you see the show schedule for that, but then Monday night, like we said, LaGuardia to Moncton, and then Moncton back to LaGuardia in the BAE 146. Hope that you'll be able to join us for that. All right, who are we sending a raid over to? Yeah, I've got a number of friends that are up and running and doing flying type stuff. Can't tell. Is he? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Somebody that we probably are due a raid, we will... Oh, you know what? Let me see. I'll tell you what, I haven't had a chance to send a raid over to 757 Spy in a long time. He's at 5,000 feet. I can't tell if he's just departed or just arrived. He's in the middle of a 9-hour stream, it looks like. So he's probably getting ready to arrive. But I haven't had a chance to raid him. He's still in the air. Still got a little bit to do. 757 Spy, Dave, he's the one who inspired me to start streaming. Just very warm, fun, humble, dad joke energy kind of guy. Loves to explain what he's doing as he does it, so he's really the one that really inspired me to get started doing what I'm doing, which is 7.5 years ago I've been doing this now. So we'll send it over to him. Make sure you tell him that Slant Alpha sends all his love. We will, and he loves weather too. Yeah, something to do with weather in his career path at some point. But anyway, make sure you tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love. Guys, we'll see you back here on Monday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time from New York, in that Just Flight BAE 146. Until then, guys, be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures, and we will talk to you soon. Have a great weekend. Take care.